I told you I hate this food. Are you trying to annoy me by making it? Your husband might like it, but I don't. Cook something else right now. This was my mother-in-law, always critical and sarcastic. I wasn't sure how much more of her bullying I could handle. For a while, I thought I'd just have to put up with her behavior forever. But then, something happened that changed everything. My name is Ellen. I've been married to my husband, George, for 3 years. We live with his parents in their house. George is often away for work and is currently on a business trip. I used to feel uneasy when he wasn't around, but now I'm so busy that I barely have time to miss him. My daily routine is exhausting. I wake up at dawn to make breakfast for my father-in-law, who wakes up early. While he eats, I clean the house and do laundry. Once he's done, I wash the dishes. After finishing all the chores, I rush to get ready for my part-time job. When I return home in the evening, I cook dinner, clean again, do more laundry, and finally call it a day. But the hardest part of my life isn't the workload, it's dealing with my mother-in-law's constant bullying. Even though she stays home all day and doesn't do any housework, she finds fault with everything I do. She complains about the food I cook and says the house isn't clean enough. Even after I spend hours scrubbing and tidying, she goes out of her way to make me feel small and worthless. She seems to enjoy bullying me. She's well known in the neighborhood for being flashy and showing off. She wears jewelry that doesn't suit her and walks around as if she's important. The neighbors pretend to compliment her, but I know they don't mean it. They just want to avoid getting on her bad side. This is because of my father-in-law. He used to be an executive at a big local company and is still respected in the community, even though he's retired. Many people in the neighborhood work for the same company, so they stay polite to avoid upsetting him. This is why the neighbors cared so much about my mother-in-law. Even though my father-in-law was a kind and humble man, my mother-in-law acted bossy because of his status. The neighbors didn't like her attitude, but they never said anything to her face. I felt completely alone. No matter how badly my mother-in-law treated me, I had no one to confide in. Everyone in the neighborhood seemed to just tolerate her. But my father-in-law was different. He was always thoughtful and caring toward me. After retiring, he started getting sick more often. Sadly, he was eventually diagnosed with advanced cancer. The doctors told him to prepare for the worst. Unlike my mother-in-law, my father-in-law was kind and respectful. I appreciated everything he had done for our family, especially how he provided financial security. To show my gratitude, I did my best to take care of him. I spent time talking to him, played cards with him, and prepared meals that were easy for him to eat and full of nutrients. He appreciated my efforts and often thanked me with kind words. "Thank you, you make my days so much brighter." I always replied, "I'm just doing what I can, don't worry about it." He even apologized for his wife's behavior. "I'm sorry for the way she treats you. She doesn't help with anything around the house, and it's not fair to you." I could see that he felt bad about how his wife acted, but his gentle nature made it hard for him to confront her. Still, it meant a lot to me that he acknowledged how difficult she made my life. One day, he said, "Ellen, I'm sorry you've had to take on so much. Please don't feel like you have to do all this for me." I held his hand and said, "Don't say that. I just want to give back for everything you've done for me." He squeezed my hand, tears in his eyes, and whispered, "Thank you." But then, things got worse. My father-in-law's health declined rapidly, and he had to be rushed to the hospital. He was unconscious when the ambulance took him, and the doctors warned us to prepare for the worst. Seeing him in that state broke my heart. I couldn't stop crying as I watched him struggle, his face showing so much pain. I thought my mother-in-law must be devastated too, so I tried to comfort her, but her reaction shocked me. With a cold expression, she said, "He's not going to recover, but at least his inheritance will be enough." Her words made me furious. How could she think about money at a time like this? Even though my father-in-law was still in a coma, I visited him every day. I sat by his side and talked to him, hoping he could hear me somehow. I kept talking to my father-in-law at the hospital every day, hoping he'd wake up and respond, but he didn't show any signs of waking up. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law never came to visit him. "Why don't you go see your husband once in a while?" I asked her. "Don't tell me what to do. I'm too busy to waste my time at a hospital," she snapped. Whenever I encouraged her to visit him, she just said more horrible things. Once, she even said, "Hey Ellen, you bring him clean clothes every day, right? Just tell everyone I did it. Don't mess up and say it was you." She wanted to take credit for something she never did. She also said, "He'll never wake up, and his inheritance is mine." Don't you dare tell anyone anything different. Her selfishness made me furious. She only cared about his money, not his well-being. At home, my mother-in-law's bullying got worse since my father-in-law wasn't around. Stop talking about visiting him and get cooking, she barked one day. It's not time to make dinner yet. I'm going to the hospital now and will cook when I get back, I replied. You're so annoying, Ellen. I've told you 100 times, he's just going to die and leave me his money. He doesn't need your visits or sympathy, she said coldly. Hearing her insult my father-in-law made me want to lash out, but I held my tongue. Then, one day, I got an unexpected call from the hospital. Is it true? Thank God, I cried. My father-in-law had woken up from his coma, and his condition was stable. I was overjoyed. I rushed to the hospital with my mother-in-law. Welcome back, I'm so glad to see you, I said. Thank you, Ellen. I'm sorry for causing you so much trouble, my father-in-law said with a gentle smile. My mother-in-law suddenly put on an act. Oh, honey, I took care of you every single day, she said sweetly. You did? You even brought clean clothes for me? He asked. Yes, I did everything, she lied confidently. She glanced at me, expecting me to back up her lie, but I ignored her. She looked annoyed, but I didn't care. My father-in-law noticed her strange behavior. When my mother-in-law left the room in a bad mood, he turned to me. Ellen, are you okay? He asked. What do you mean? I replied, surprised. Her attitude was strange. I have a feeling you're the one who's been taking care of me this whole time, he said. He had seen through her lies. Well, I wasn't going to say anything, but since you're asking, I think you need to know the truth, I said. I had been keeping evidence of my mother-in-law's cruel behavior, just in case. I pulled out my voice recorder and played it for him. On the recording, her voice said things like, when my husband dies, all his inheritance is mine. I want him to die soon. Taking care of him is a waste of my time. The recording was filled with her cruel words. I looked at my father-in-law, worried about how he'd react to the recording, but instead, he started laughing. She's turned into such a greedy woman, hasn't she? I can't give any of my inheritance to someone like that, he said with a bitter smile. Though he laughed, I could feel his anger beneath the surface. A few days later, his health improved enough for him to be discharged from the hospital. Back at home, my mother-in-law started bragging to him about how hard it had been to take care of him. My father-in-law didn't argue, he just listened quietly. Not long after, my husband returned from his business trip to check on his father. Sorry I couldn't come sooner, my husband said. I'm fine now, as you can see, but how's work? My father-in-law asked. Work is good, they've moved my office closer, so now I can commute easily, my husband replied. My father-in-law smiled warmly. I'm glad you and Ellen are here for me. From that point on, my husband and I continued to care for him. Although he recovered temporarily, his health never fully came back, and he became weaker each day. This time, I knew the end was near. My husband and I promised each other we'd do our best to be there for him until the very end. My mother-in-law, however, stayed the same. She barely spent any time at home and didn't care for him at all. She was always out, leaving everything to us. As my father-in-law grew weaker, he began eating less and less. It was clear his time was running out. One day, with great effort, he spoke his final words to us. Thank you both, so much. I've left a will for you. Please read it after I'm gone. You were so kind to care for me until the very end. With those words, he passed away peacefully. There were many people at my father-in-law's funeral. It was touching to see how much he was respected and loved by so many. On the other hand, my mother-in-law seemed oddly cheerful. She acted like she was the one who brought everyone together, going around telling people that she had taken care of him until the very end. She didn't shed a single tear, but she pretended to cry, which was unsettling. I wanted to call her out for her lies, but I decided to stay quiet to keep the peace during the funeral. After all, this was about honoring my father-in-law. The funeral went smoothly, and I felt relieved knowing my father-in-law could rest in peace. When we got home, though, my mother-in-law's true colors came out. Funerals are so exhausting, she said with a sigh. Then, with a grin, she added, well, at least now I have the inheritance to look forward to. I can finally enjoy life. She seemed confident the inheritance was hers and even started planning how to spend the money. That's when my husband brought out the will. Mom, Before you get ahead of yourself, Dad left a will. We haven't read it yet, but it mentions the inheritance, he said. I don't need to see it, it's all mine, she declared. Let's read it anyway, my husband replied calmly. As he opened the will, my mother-in-law snatched it and began reading. Her face went pale. What is this? She stammered, frozen in shock. I took the will and read it aloud. It stated that my father-in-law had left everything to me. He wanted the inheritance to be used by me and my husband together. My husband nodded. Ellen cared for Dad while I was away. This makes sense, Dad was so grateful to her. This isn't fair, my mother-in-law screamed. She's just a stranger, she must have forged the will, she tricked him. Stop it, Mom, my husband snapped. You never took care of Dad. I know everything, both Ellen and Dad told me how you acted, that's why he chose to leave everything to Ellen. My mother-in-law broke down, crying hysterically. Please, at least let me keep the house, she begged. I felt a little sorry for her losing the home she had lived in for so long. To calm her down, I decided to give her part of the inheritance. You can keep the house, I said firmly, and I'll give you some money too, but from now on, you'll have to live on your own. We'll move out, so the house will be yours. Her mood changed instantly. Oh, thank you, I was so scared I'd lose the house too, she said, relieved. If you're going to leave, then just go, she snapped at me. And then she immediately went back to being her usual rude self. I was frustrated for falling for her fake crying, but at least if I left, I would never have to deal with her again. The thought of being free from her was more important than giving her a small portion of the inheritance. A week later, we started looking for a place to live. We planned to move into an apartment for now and eventually build our own house. Thanks to my father-in-law's inheritance, we were able to afford a beautiful house. I even planned to build a small altar for my father-in-law, as a way to honor him for everything he did for us. I was thrilled knowing that I could finally live without the fear of my mother-in-law's judgment. Meanwhile, my mother-in-law hadn't changed. She was still spending money recklessly, living as if nothing had happened. But with my husband and I gone, the neighbors started to shift their attitudes. They no longer needed to worry about her now that my father-in-law was gone, and they began talking about her behind her back. My mother-in-law continued her extravagant lifestyle, spending more than she had, including draining her savings and pension. Eventually, she had to sell the house she had fought so hard to keep. Now, she has no home and no job, and I have no idea what she's doing. She's no longer a part of my life, and honestly, I don't care where she goes or what happens to her.
In her early childhood, Ashley decided that girls could be either beautiful or smart, and she chose to be smart. Her older sister Doris was the epitome of beauty in everyone's eyes. With her light blonde, silky hair, green mermaid-like eyes, and a model's figure, Doris was the centre of admiration. From an early age, she focused on her appearance, reading fashion magazines full of makeup advice and diet tips. Their mother, raising 2 daughters alone, had high hopes for Doris, envisioning a good life once she got married. Ashley was bewildered. How could her mother put the responsibility for her happiness and well-being on some other person? She could only sigh heavily. Her mother, although beautiful and kind, seemed to her too frivolous, believing the idea that a woman's appearance is the key to her success. Pragmatic and responsible, Ashley thought that hard work was necessary for success, and that relying on men, as her mother and sister did, was unstable and illusory. Doris jokingly referred to Ashley as a bore, and their mother tried to impose her views on Ashley, believing it was for her daughter's benefit. "I'm worried about your future, can't you see it? You're so beautiful. You've inherited the best from me and your father. Once you finish school, we'll find you a wealthy fiancé. Just try not to be a boring nerd. Men prefer cheerful, smiling girls," said her mother. "No thanks. I'll study economics after school," Ashley replied. Do you know how competitive that field is? Doris would always argue at this point. You have to be exceptional or have good connections. "Yes," sighed their mother, "we can't afford to pay for an education, and you most likely won't enroll for free." Despite her family's objections, Ashley remained focused on her goal. She spent day and night studying, searching for additional courses online, mainly free ones, as her mother, a cashier at a local supermarket, couldn't afford to pay for her education. Their father was hardly present in their lives, since he had started a new family. He sent some money, but that was all. There was no communication, no support, and no help in difficult times. Ashley learned from an early age not to rely on him. Deep down, she wanted to meet and talk to her father at least once. She wanted to get a degree in finance, start her own business, and one day make him regret abandoning them. Ashley achieved her first goal. She was admitted to a free study at the Faculty of Economics, where she was so eager to go. She was so happy to see her name on the enrollment list that she began to shout and jump in front of her computer. "Are you crazy?" Doris walked into the room, carrying her newborn son, Dylan. Yeah, she had recently become a mother. The child's father paid child support but showed no interest in Doris or Dylan. The payments were meagre due to his hidden income, a common tactic to pay less child support. So Doris's plan failed, but she didn't give up her dreams of a prince who would solve all her financial problems. The mother supported her eldest daughter in everything, adored her grandson. Ashley was also glad to take care of the baby when she had time, but she didn't understand how it was possible not to draw conclusions from what had happened. She believed it was time for Doris to choose a different path. However, her sister continued to seek wealthier men on dating sites. "I am accepted to the university," Ashley explained to her puzzled sister. "Wow, cool. So you're going to move away from us now? Going to the city to study?" Ashley's family lived in a backwater town with grey 3-story brick buildings and old wooden houses. It was technically a town, but it felt more like a village. Ashley's mother was thrilled about her youngest daughter's enrollment. She hadn't anticipated such an event because she thought her daughter would eventually follow in her footsteps and work at a supermarket cash register. "Well done, darling." The woman embraced her youngest daughter. "I'll support you as much as I can, but I'm sorry I can't send too much money. You should also dress well. Besides, you'll have better chances of meeting a decent man in a big city." "Mum, are you starting again?" Ashley smiled, but she was touched by the fact that her mother offered to help her. The girl knew that it was not easy for her to get this money, but she was ready to help her daughter while she was still a student, and it was invaluable. A new chapter in Ashley's life began at the student dormitory. Ashley enjoyed her studies. By the end of her first year, she was convinced she had chosen the right path. She found economics easy and engaging, and she breezed through term papers and tests. Additionally, Ashley started earning money by writing essays and projects for others. The money was substantial by her standards. Because of part-time work and studies, she had no time at all for student parties, going to clubs and similar entertainments. Of course, sometimes Ashley wanted to go out to have fun, but the girl realized that every minute counted. Every month, her mother diligently deposited a small amount into her account. It was a significant portion of her mother's salary, and the girl was extremely grateful. While the sum was not ample for the city, it was her mother's support that kept Ashley afloat. Ashley scrimped on everything possible, but she remained optimistic. She was confident that she was inching closer to her goal, and that everything would eventually fall into place just as she had dreamt. But in her third year, just before New Year and Christmas, there was an event that made Ashley reconsider her plans and generally turned her life upside down. Ashley was preparing for her History of Economics test when her sister called. Ashley instantly felt something was wrong, because Doris wouldn't call at 3 a.m. for no reason. "Mum's in trouble." Doris's voice rang out. She sounded on the verge of hysteria. "Please come." What happened? Ashley felt a cold dread creeping over her, her heart constricted with anxiety. She was hit by a bus. When? Is she okay? Doris was too distraught to provide coherent responses. She was sobbing, managing to utter only fragmented sentences. It appeared the accident had occurred earlier in the evening, but Doris had only been informed minutes ago. Ashley immediately abandoned her plans for exams and took the first bus home. She found Doris in a dreadful state, with dishevelled hair and a face swollen from crying. She was holding her youngest daughter Hope, who was still a baby. By that time, Doris was already a 3-time mother, eldest son Dylan and 2 daughters, Polly and Hope. None of their fathers were involved in their upbringing. They only had fun with Doris, not intending anything serious. Despite this, Doris repeatedly made the same mistake. She intentionally became pregnant, hoping to create a blissful and stable family. "If something happens to Mum, how will I cope with them alone?" Doris asked Ashley, her eyes filled with confusion, as if expecting her to provide a solution. Ashley was literally ready to hit her sister at that moment. It was unknown what was with their mum, and she was only thinking about herself. "How did it happen?" Ashley wondered. "I don't know," Doris stammered, pacing with her daughter. "I was told that Mum was crossing the road in the wrong place and jumped out right in front of the bus. The driver couldn't do anything. He's in shock. He's in the hospital too. He had a heart attack right there. While they were sorting it out, I got a late-night call, and I called you right away." "So Mum's alive?" Ashley asked. That was not the most important thing for her. Ashley dashed out of the house and hailed a cab on the go to be at the hospital as soon as possible. However, once at the hospital, she received the devastating news. Her mother had passed away. She had died while Ashley was en route to the hospital. The doctor said there were no chances for a good outcome. The injuries were too serious, and Ashley would not say goodbye to her mother anyway. She was in a coma. And still, the girl blamed herself for her slowness, for not supporting her mother by the hand while she was still alive. It was a challenging time. Organising the funeral and trying to support the older sister, who had to care for her children despite her grief, was tough. The most painful realisation was that their closest and dearest person was gone forever. Their father did not attend the funeral. He must have known what had happened, but he never reached out to his daughters to offer support. Perhaps he thought they were adults, both over 18, and they were no longer his legal responsibility. At that very moment, Ashley decided she would never seek a relationship with this man, even if she achieved career success. He had shown he didn't need her, Doris, or their mum. It was the final realization that her father was a stranger to her. But Doris was different. She needed support. She wept for days on end, and Ashley let her. She understood it would help her sister cope. During this time, Ashley took care of her nephews, and despite the grim circumstances, the children brought smiles to her face. Their playful games and cute chatter reminded the girl that life goes on. But Ashley couldn't stay with her sister for long due to the study, and she returned to the city. Soon she was desperately short of money, and she began to combine her studies and additional work in a cafe. Of course, with time, she gained many skips of lessons and unsubmitted tasks. As a result, she did not even get admission to the next session, and expulsion was imminent. Teachers acknowledged her previous achievements and tried to go in her favour, but she still did not succeed. Her only option was to transfer to the correspondence department. But the catch was that all the budget places were taken, and she couldn't afford the commercial option. The dean knew her situation, and one day he suggested what he thought was the suitable option. "You're a diligent, promising student. Take a sabbatical for a year. citing family reasons. Get a job, save up for studying. You can do it. You're determined. Then you'll be reinstated. What do you think? Of course, Ashley didn't want to interrupt her studies. On the other hand, what other options does she have? She knew she was unlikely to pass the session, which would mean expulsion. And where do you go then? To Mum's apartment? But knew Doris's boyfriend had already moved in there. He was different from her previous suitors. He seemed to genuinely love Doris and was kind to her children. They could have a real family, and Ashley did not want to interfere in their idyll with her presence. Eventually, Ashley decided to seize the opportunity presented to herself. You know, I think I'll take you up on your offer. She smiled timidly at the rector. That's a good decision, he responded. Just remember to come back to the university in a year. We'll be waiting for you. That evening, she began her job search. She needed money urgently for basic survival. To afford food and shelter, this became her prime motivation. It became clear that finding a job in her desired profession was virtually impossible for a girl without a completed university degree. Ashley faced continuous rejection. Employers didn't consider candidates without a diploma. The girl knew she could well show herself at the interview, but it did not even come to that. After several days of fruitless search, Ashley understood it was time to put her dream of working in the financial field on hold, or rather, to postpone it until better times. And while it is necessary to find anything else. When the bar of expectations was lowered, things got better. Plenty of jobs were available to her: waitress, cleaner, saleswoman. However, the pay was minimal. Sure, it was enough to survive if she economized, but she needed to save for a year of studies. With these low wages, that was impossible. Regardless, Ashley urgently needed a job, and she decided to work as a waitress in a bar downtown. There were several reasons for this choice. Night shifts paid extra, tips were often substantial, and the flexible hours allowed Ashley to write term papers and tests for lazy students. It was extra income and kept her mind sharp. Ashley enjoyed working at the bar. Her colleagues were amicable, the management were understanding, and the clientele were respectable. The proprietors of the bar cared about their reputation, maintaining a pleasant atmosphere and removing any unruly customers. Moreover, local and visiting musicians played live music every night. Ashley loved listening to their performances, singing along and dancing. The atmosphere at the bar made her feel her work like a celebration. It was in a rock bar that Ashley met Wes. One day, the host introduced a new rock band that had formed just a couple of months prior. Wes was the bassist, but he was more than that. He was the one who conceived the idea for the band and composed the songs and music. He was modest, always in the shadows, but keenly observant of everything: the band members' behaviour, the audience's reaction. Wes was the main in the team, though on the stage most of the attention was drawn to the singer. For some reason, Ashley was immediately attracted to him. She didn't recognise herself. The girl understood perfectly that now she was not in the position to fall in love and have affairs. She was focused on her career, on her studies, on her return to the university. She couldn't be distracted by all this. And yet, Wes was reserved and focused on his work, not engaging in flirting with the waitresses or other girls. Perhaps this serious demeanour attracted Ashley, who found him similar to herself. Wes started frequenting the bar, sometimes with his band, other times with friends. Despite their increasing acquaintance, he remained aloof, showing no explicit interest. However, Ashley often caught him glancing at her. He would quickly look away and engage in conversation with someone else. Ashley desired his attention, compliments and gestures of interest that other customers often gave her. Then she would definitely let him know that she was interested in him. One day, a new girl was in Wes's company. No, girls had come with him before, but they were girlfriends of other members of the group. And this one, there was clearly something between her and Wes. They didn't display overt affection, but they did share tender looks and warm smiles. Once she rested her head on his shoulder. Wes, usually cold and stern, gently stroked her hair, as if she were a kitten. A pang of envy resonated within Ashley. She promptly identified it as jealousy. Ashley meticulously started assessing her competitor, searching for flaws. She considered her too thin, almost gaunt, a quality she found unattractive. She critiqued her long nose and thin hair. In Ashley's eyes, she was no match for her. For the first time, Ashley felt proud of her looks. She knew she was as beautiful as Doris. She was tall, slim, long-legged, and with a perfect figure. Her friends often suggested she should consider modelling, but such a career held no appeal for Ashley, as she considered self-display as somewhat degrading. And now, despite her attractive features, Ashley found herself competing with a woman she considered dull. There was nothing striking about Wes's girlfriend, yet it was clear that she made him happy. All this hurt Ashley, and she finally made a decision that she had once thought unthinkable. One Saturday, when her shift was already ended, Ashley stayed late to help other waitresses. When Wes stood up and headed for the exit to take a phone call, Ashley followed him discreetly, deciding it was now or never. Meanwhile, Wes's girlfriend remained at their table, conversing cheerfully with his friends. Wes stepped out onto the porch, pacing in front of the bar while explaining something to someone. Ashley observed him through the large door window. Wes wasn't smiling or joking. The conversation seemed to be serious or unpleasant. Regardless, Ashley decided she would approach him no matter what. Wes ended the conversation and was about to return to the bar when Ashley intercepted him. Fortunately, they were alone on the porch. "Hi," Ashley greeted with a smile. "Hi," Wes responded, looking at her with interest. "We already said hello, didn't we?" "Yes, we did," Ashley nodded. I need to talk to you." Wes immediately focused on her, ready to listen. He could have brushed her off or shown irritation, but instead, Wes looked at her with his dark, intelligent eyes and waited. I like you, and I've liked you for a long time," Ashley confessed, deciding to be direct. I don't know how to explain it. I'm drawn to you like a magnet. It's never happened to me before. I don't know what to do with these feelings." Ashley lowered her gaze. She had said her piece. What would happen next? Wes was probably searching for the most polite way to reject her. Suddenly, overcome with embarrassment, Ashley regretted her actions. But then she felt his hands on her shoulders, gently touching, as if she were incredibly fragile. Ashley. Her name, spoken by Wes, sounded like beautiful music to her. "Ashley, I couldn't even imagine this." Wes looked at her and smiled, a rare sight. His eyes, she noticed, were radiant with genuine happiness. Without a word, Wes kissed Ashley, causing her to feel dizzy. He held her as her legs were shaking. He kissed her, then stroked her back and head, gently pulling her against him. "I've been watching you for a long time too, and I'm attracted to you too," he confessed. "Then why? I never noticed. I thought you didn't care." "I didn't want to embarrass you. Besides, I'm older. Too old for you. I thought you were attracted to other guys, the successful, tough ones. With your looks, anything's possible. You're incredibly beautiful. You're the inspiration for my song. Didn't you realize that Elf Princess is about you?" "No," Ashley admitted. "It's a very beautiful song. I like it. I didn't even realize that was inspired by me. But that girl who came with you, Are you two together?" "Together?" Wes couldn't help but grin. "We've been together since my parents brought me home from the hospital and introduced me to Kate, my sister." "So she's your sister?" laughed Ashley. "I thought she was your girlfriend. That's why I decided to have this conversation today." "Sister indeed," Wes said, hugging Ashley tighter and breathing in the scent of her hair. Ashley and Wes started dating. Wes had liked the pretty waitress for a long time, but he did not approach her, believing that girls would not like a guy who had not yet achieved success. Besides, he was busy with his band and arranging shows. The band was beginning to make money from their songs, and things were looking up. Despite being a rock star, Wes was shy around girls. He had many friends he could joke with, but Ashley was different. She made him feel special, and this made him nervous even though he was used to performing in front of large crowds. Soon, Wes suggested they live together in Ashley's apartment because of its good location, reasonable cost and coziness. Wes moved in and took on the responsibility of paying the rent and handling minor repairs that the apartment needed occasionally. As it turned out, Wes was an excellent cook, surpassing Ashley's culinary talents. Being a creative person, he created masterpieces both in the recording studio and in the kitchen. He was gentle, sensitive, and attentive, fully immersed in his creativity without neglecting his favourite person. They often talked, went for walks, and even discussed new songs that Wes was composing. Occasionally, Ashley contributed a phrase or word to his songs. Wes would eagerly incorporate her ideas, making her feel proud of her contribution to a potential hit. Ashley was completely immersed in her feelings and new experiences. Before meeting Wes, she didn't understand what love for a man felt like. She had been too busy with her studies and survival. She found immense joy in being with a man who showed her genuine care, admiration, and affection. She cherished the warmth of his touch, knowing that this man with black eyes would do anything for her. However, her sister Doris disapproved of her choice. As always, she had her own standards. "He's poor, has no personal apartment, stable job or business," she argued. "But he's a musician," Ashley countered. "He has his own rock band." "So what? Who needs them anyway? These one-day bands are a dime a dozen. There's no guarantee they'll succeed. I think you might have the wrong guy, given your beautiful looks. Well, I've got 3 kids. Who needs me? I'm content with what I have. I don't complain. But you?" However, Ashley didn't expect her sister to understand. They had always been vastly different. The most important thing was that she was happy. She was loved. She had someone near and dear to her. Yes, Wes was going through a tough phase, but he was persistent, working towards his goal, making the right connections and planning things. Ashley supported him in all his ventures, and he valued her loyalty. He often told her how grateful he was for her presence in his life. One day, Wes embarked on a risky venture. He invited a famous rock band to perform in their city. It was planned for his band to be the opening act, which was expected to boost his band's popularity. In general, organising such concerts was a way to earn a decent income. However, things didn't go as planned. The concert didn't attract as many attendees as expected due to a major rock festival in a neighbouring region. Wes overlooked this fact and faced significant losses. The costs of musicians' fees, hall and equipment rental, rock band tickets, promotional activities, all these were only partially covered by the ticket sales. Despite the concert being fantastic, Wes ended up with substantial debts that needed to be cleared as soon as possible. But how? It was hard for Ashley to look at her beloved during this period. He looked confused, worried. Wes took a loan, but it was only a drop in the ocean. His friends helped him. The situation improved, but still, the debt was still quite impressive. That's when Ashley offered to help. She had savings set aside for her studies. She also did something she had long been against. She took out a loan. This was enough to cover the debt. "Where did you get the money?" Wes was surprised as Ashley handed him several packs of the bills. "My friend paid me back the money she had borrowed from me, and the insurance company finally paid out the money for my mum's accident." Ashley lied. She knew that if she told Wes that it was her last money, he would never accept the money. "Thank you." Wes embraced Ashley tightly. "I'll pay it all back, you'll see. We'll be successful soon, and I'll repay everything." Wes paid off the debt and continued his work with the band, while Ashley steadily paid back the loan. Saving for study was no longer an option, and in general her salary suddenly became much smaller. The bar was going through a bad time. Fortunately, Wes took on most of the expenses, buying groceries and paying rent. However, his income was unstable, consisting of money from occasional performances at corporate events and sporadic part-time work. But Ashley didn't concern herself with their financial situation. She revelled in Wes's attention and care, reciprocating with love and support. She didn't worry much about the future. If she didn't go back to university this year, she could do it next year. The most important thing was that Wes was with her. And then Wes disappeared. No, he did not run away from Ashley. Nothing terrible happened to him. It started out as a business trip. "Can you believe it?" Wes had exclaimed, hugging Ashley tightly. His eyes were alight with excitement. "I've been invited to Dubai to write music for a band. They found me online. They liked my work, and now they want me to join them." Ashley was incredulous. She knew the band Wes referred to. They were popular musicians who toured globally, and they had noticed Wes and were offering him a collaboration. It was unbelievable. "I have to leave for a while," Wes continued. "Do you realize what this means?" Ashley nodded. She understood what it meant. Money, fame, and a wealth of opportunities for Wes's growth as a musician. It meant connections that could open doors he'd only dreamed of. But it also meant parting ways for an unknown length of time. Wes had made it clear. He would have to go, not them. He began to prepare for that trip. He needed to find a temporary replacement for his band while he was away. He was also busy securing his passport and other documents and gathering necessary items for his trip. In all the chaos, he was too consumed by the excitement of the upcoming changes, and he seemed to have forgotten about Ashley. The girl watched him and knew he would forget about her in that foreign country, swept up in the new experiences and the thrill of success. Perhaps he would even find someone else there. Yet every evening, Wes held her tenderly, assuring her of his longing for her. "Time will fly," he'd say. "We have video calls. We'll always stay connected. Besides, I'll finally be able to properly provide for us and pay you back. I know you need the money. Maybe we can even buy an apartment. My band will get noticed. I'll gain priceless experience. I'll learn so much. Everything will be okay." Wes believed it, and Ashley could see he wasn't lying. But something told her things would change once he was abroad. Wes just didn't realize it yet. In the end, it all turned out as Ashley had predicted. Initially, Wes called daily as promised, sharing his experiences from his new location. Everything amazed him, and he was overwhelmed with impressions. Then, he literally vanished. He stopped calling and didn't answer Ashley's calls. The long unanswered rings invariably concluded with a message stating the line was busy. Concerned that something dreadful might have happened, Ashley was initially alarmed. However, her fears were allayed when she saw Wes performing with his band on a music channel. He looked different, more mature, more serious than usual. Clearly, there was nothing wrong with him. He had simply decided to start a new life, severing old ties, including forgetting about Ashley. Ashley held out hope for a call from Wes, an explanation, but he disappeared entirely from her life. She made a habit of watching the music channel daily. Occasionally she would spot Wes. He was never the focus, but the camera would occasionally catch him. Also, a girl often appeared with him, always the same one. Perhaps she was a makeup artist or a costume designer for the band. She was beautiful, vibrant. It seemed likely that there was something between her and Wes. Ashley was intensely jealous of Wes and his new girlfriend, as well as other potential interests. The pain she felt was unprecedented, compounded by fear of loneliness and lack of support. An unpleasant mix of emotions overwhelmed her, with financial struggles adding to her worries. Her meagre salary barely kept her afloat. The situation worsened when she lost her job at the bar due to its bankruptcy and the subsequent takeover by new owners, who turned it into a hooker lounge. Ashley had special memories and feelings connected with this place, and its loss was another blow for the girl. Wes would have understood her, supported her. With him, in general, everything was easier and more pleasant. But he was thousands of kilometres away from her, and, it seems, already forgot to think about her. Wes could not even imagine the desperate situation she was in. He didn't know about her job loss, about the loan she had taken for him. Even if he did, why would it matter to him now? Ashley urgently needed a well-paying job. She diligently searched through job ads, hoping to find a solution to her financial difficulties. Although her landlord had generously agreed to wait for payment, she knew his patience was limited. One job ad stood out because of the attractive salary it offered. The job was for a nurse to care for a sickly little girl. The ad didn't specify the girl's condition, but it was clear the girl needed round-the-clock care and supervision, including taking medication by the hour, accompanying her to procedures, and so on. Ashley had experience caring for young children, thanks to her niece, Doris's kids. She enjoyed looking after her nephews and knew how to keep them entertained. However, this job was different, as it involved a potentially seriously ill child. Despite her reservations, she decided to pursue the opportunity. She called the ad's contact number and spoke with a pleasant man who asked her about her age, occupation, education, and experience with children. Following the call, she was invited for an interview. As the interview approached, Ashley became increasingly nervous. She desperately needed this job and its accompanying salary. She was filled with anxiety, worried about what might happen if she didn't secure the position. A cab delivered Ashley to a gorgeous country cottage settlement, featuring tall, beautiful houses encircled by fences. A woman, an au pair as Ashley later discovered, met her at the gate. Her employer, Mr. Pearson, a man in his 40s with sharp, intelligent blue eyes and perfectly styled, lightly grey hair, greeted Ashley in the living room. His athletic figure suggested that he prioritised health and appearance. Ashley suddenly felt insignificant beside him. "Good morning," Mr. Pearson greeted with a warm smile, instantly alleviating Ashley's embarrassment. His open and kind smile made him feel familiar. "Hello," Ashley reciprocated with a smile. "I'm here about your ad." "That's excellent. I'll tell you up front, I need a caregiver for my daughter, Debbie. She's in a bad condition, and it's not something everyone can handle. The doctor monitors her health daily. I could hire a nurse, but there are already too many people in white coats in her life. I'd like someone else to be there for her, perhaps a cheerful young girl like you, who knows many songs and fairy tales, who can cheer up a child, inspire her, and come up with interesting activities. Basically, someone to brighten her leisure time." "What's wrong with your girl?" Ashley couldn't help but ask. Nobody knows. Mr. Pearson lowered his eyes, which suddenly darkened and became anxious and tense. No one can understand what's happening with my daughter. It's as if her body is destroying itself. There's no sign of autoimmune aggression. They're constantly running tests. They would have noticed if there was, but she's fading away, and nothing seems to help. Poor girl, exclaimed Ashley. The doctors are doing their best. I have the resources to help, as you can see, but they aren't omnipotent, unfortunately. In general, Debbie doesn't just need a caregiver. We already have Lynn, our beloved au pair, for that. She can feed her and give her medicine on time. And we don't just need a nurse either. Debbie is supervised by a nurse who performs all necessary procedures. Debbie needs a friend, someone who can bring her positive emotions. The doctors say that's very important for her condition. And looking at you, it seems to me that you're just what she needs. Young, beautiful, cheerful. You have a kind look in your eyes. You know how to empathize. I can see that. Ashley nodded, already eager to meet Debbie. If the little girl needed positive emotions, she would provide them. Ashley was determined to cheer up the girl, who was suffering from such a severe disease, to brighten her grey everyday life, and to find a way to make her life more pleasant. If you're ready to start work right away, Mr. Pearson continued, then let's get started. Let's say a probation period of 3 days, and then Debbie will decide. Of course, you're paid for your time regardless. Do you agree? Yes, Ashley nodded. Great, Mr. Pearson stated. Then Lynn will introduce you to Debbie, and I must be off. Business. After Mr. Pearson left, Lynn, a middle-aged woman with a surprisingly soft and cosy demeanour, turned to Ashley with a question. Have you had experience with young children? Do you understand what they are like? I have nephews, Ashley nodded. That's good, Lynn responded. But our Debbie is an unusual child. She probably realises it herself. Debbie hardly ever leaves her bed, tires quickly, and it's difficult to engage her. However, you must try. Debbie needs to be distracted from her pain, from her discomfort, and she needs to walk at least an hour a day. That's what the doctor said. I understand. Well, let's go meet her. Ashley followed Lynn upstairs and entered the nursery. It was a spacious, princess-themed room with a large window that invited an abundance of daylight. Shelves lined with expensive toys and books stretched along the walls. In the centre of the room was a mini playground, complete with a slide, swings, and even a trampoline. And closer to the window was a bed, a large, round bed with a pink canopy. Ashley looked around curiously, having never seen such a room before. Could this all truly belong to one child? Amidst the splendour, Ashley initially missed the room's petite occupant. The girl was in bed, surrounded by large plush toys. There was a cat, a fluffy white bear, and a brightly coloured crocodile. A frail, pale 7-year-old girl, almost blending into the white bedding due to her unhealthy skin colour, lay among toys. Her huge blue eyes, reminiscent of her father's, studied the newcomers with curiosity. Debbie propped herself up on her elbows, a task that seemed to require a great deal of effort, and addressed Lynn. Is this the new rehabilitologist with you? The complex word rolled off the young girl's tongue with ease and familiarity, sounding oddly out of place. No, dear, this is your new friend, Ashley. You two are going to play together. Dolls? Debbie perked up slightly. Whatever you want, Ashley responded with a smile. The girl roused feelings of sympathy and pity. I really like playing with dolls. That's good, because Lynn doesn't have time, and Daddy doesn't know how to play. Adults have a lot to do. Ashley shrugged her shoulders. That's why they can sometimes be boring, Debbie suggested, and smiled conspiratorially. Boring, agreed Ashley. Debbie laughed quietly. Well, I can see you two will be fine. Lynn looked genuinely happy. Have fun here, and I'll go cook dinner. Oh, and Debbie, remember the nurse is coming to see you today. I remember, the girl frowned. Another IV? What to do, sweetheart? Lynn kissed the girl on the top of her head and left the room. Ashley was left alone with Debbie. Well, shall we play? You have so many beautiful toys here. My eyes are dazzled. Ashley turned to her charge with a smile. You'd better read to me, the girl requested. The brief conversation seemed to have taken the last of her strength. Debbie sank on the pillows and pulled the blanket over her thin body, even though the room was warm. Good, Ashley agreed. She was shocked by the child's weakness. 7-year-olds are usually full of energy, like Dylan, Ashley's eldest nephew, who was the same age as Debbie. He couldn't sit still for 5 minutes, always exploring and inventing things. If he found himself in this room, he'd immediately start jumping on the trampoline or sliding down the slide. Doris refers to him as the perpetual motion machine. His younger sisters keep up with him, and poor Debbie just lies on the bed. What do you want me to read? About princesses. There's a book on the windowsill. Lynn started to read it to me yesterday, but she ran out of time. Can you continue? It was a substantial, beautiful book with bright pictures. However, to Ashley, the story seemed silly, dull, predictable, and formulaic. She didn't enjoy such fairy tales as a child. How about we make up a story about these princesses? Ashley suggested, and as expected, Debbie's tired eyes lit up with interest. How do we do that? She asked for clarification. It's simple. I start and you continue. The activity captivated Debbie. She was inspired to invent adventures for the princess. They were racing in the race car, then they were kidnapped by a dragon, and later rescued by a prince. Debbie's imagination ran wild, which seemed to surprise her. Then Lynn entered the room and brought lunch, mashed soup and stewed potatoes. But Debbie grumbled. I don't want to eat, she said, especially not this. Lynn looked at Ashley, clearly expecting any help. Let me feed you, Ashley offered Debbie. Every spoonful will be another princess adventure. I'll make them up as I go along. What do you think will finish first, your food or my imagination? The trick worked, and the food was finished sooner than Ashley's story, but Debbie wanted more. Lynn was genuinely glad and smiling, left the room. Shortly, a nurse entered the nursery, and Debbie immediately looked gloomy. IV? The girl asked the nurse hopefully. The girl nodded sympathetically. I'll do it quickly, don't worry, it won't hurt, and you can sleep afterward. And we'll have coffee at this time, Lynn said, and led Ashley to the hidden kitchen. Steaming cups of coffee and a fresh pie waited on the table. Now, you and Debbie seem to get along well, the woman said warmly. That's good. Debbie didn't like her previous nanny, but she took to you immediately. I've already called Mr. Pearson and told him everything. He's very pleased and happy. He asked me to take good care of you. The girl too? Ashley smiled. I feel sorry for Debbie. My neighbours are so lively, but she can only lie in bed and can't play. It's terrible and unfair. What do the doctors say her chances are? No prognosis. Lynn shook her head. They can't even make a diagnosis. They just dismiss the symptoms. After Debbie's drip, she'll feel better for a while. Take her for a walk after her afternoon nap. Mr. Pearson is the girl's father. And where is her mother? On a business trip. Does she have a demanding job, so she can't care for her daughter? If only, sighed Lynn. Rose is gone. The labour was difficult. The doctors were so focused on saving the child, they didn't notice the mother needed help. The next day, after the birth, Rose had an internal bleeding. A rare case. Debbie was also in intensive care. She was born prematurely. It was a hard time. What a pity. Yeah, agreed Lynn. Let me tell you the whole story. You seem to be here for a long time, so you should know. Donald Pearson grew up in a prosperous family, surrounded by loving parents and a wealth of opportunities. He had his own room, annual summer trips to the sea, birthdays celebrated with friends, and a happy childhood that extended into a joyful youth. Thanks to his parents' investment in his education, he graduated from school with honours. They ensured he had the best tutors to fill any gaps in his learning. Mr. Pearson's parents had waited for a child for many years. When they had accepted their fate, God gave them an unexpected gift, a son. Naturally, Donald became the centre of their attention. And Donald was never ashamed of his older parents. In fact, he was proud of them. His father was a businessman, and his mother was a doctor at the hospital. They were respected throughout the city. As Donald grew older, his parents aged rapidly. When Donald was in his 3rd year of university, his father passed away. Stroke, intensive care, coma, and that was it. Suddenly, Donald found himself managing the family business, left to him as an inheritance. While he had shown interest in his father's business as a teenager and had some knowledge of the operations, he relied heavily on the friend of his late father. Donald himself had to juggle his studies, business, and support his grieving mother, who was devastated by the loss of her husband. 3 years passed. Donald Pearson had just received his diploma, taken over his father's company, and started to rise. Then, tragedy struck again. This time, his mother. Donald was left alone, feeling desolate and isolated in the large family home. Fortunately, Lynn, their au pair, who was almost like a family member, was there. She had known Donald Pearson since he was a baby and treated him like her son. Having no children of her own, she devoted all her care to the grieving young man. "It was hard for him," Lynn observed, shaking her head. "He was just a boy, but his work saved him. He had to make decisions, hold meetings, sign agreements, and so on." As time passed, Donald transformed from a naive young man into an intelligent, shrewd businessman. Lynn was proud of him. He had matured, become resilient, and gained self-confidence. She hoped that he would find a good wife, start a family, and then her heart would rest easy. "But there was no one special," Lynn said. "Sure, some girls were interested in Donald. He was handsome and wealthy, which made him desirable. Sometimes he had been dating with some girls, but I could tell they weren't his type, and I didn't like them either. It seemed that they were only after his money. And then Rose appeared in his life." Donald literally met Rose on the street. She was rushing to an interview for Mr. Pearson's firm, as he would later find out. Rose worked as an accountant and was downsized, so she was looking for a new position. Donald was merely out for a walk to get some fresh air, with the aim of buying donuts at a nearby bakery, and Rose, rounding a corner too quickly, ran into him. The scene that followed could have been from a romantic music video. Rose's bag slipped off her shoulder, scattering its contents onto the pavement. Both Donald and Rose scrambled to gather everything. As Rose apologized profusely, Donald was unable to tear his gaze away from her beautiful grey eyes. It was love at first sight. When the young people sorted out the bag and the things that fell out of it, they synchronously got up, smiled at each other, and Donald, as a man, made the first step. He asked the name of the beautiful stranger, and then he introduced himself. A real romance blossomed. Lynn had never seen Donald so happy. Rose was intelligent, understanding, and kind, quickly finding a common language with Lynn. A couple of years after they met, Donald and Rose married. They were a wonderful, harmonious, happy couple. Love, mutual understanding, and respect were the pillars of their relationship. Lynn's heart warmed at the sight of them. They decided not to rush into having children, Lynn shared. They travelled, worked, and socialised, but I, in my old-fashioned way, advised them not to delay. I wanted to babysit their child. But Donald and Rose lived for themselves. For a long time, 5 years after the wedding. No, they wanted children, but not immediately. Later, when they were happy with everything. Then came the news of Rose's pregnancy. It was unexpected, but welcomed with joy by everyone. "Well, it's time," Rose concluded. "The child has decided not to wait any longer." "Thank God," Lynn exclaimed. "I think you'll have a boy. You've become even more beautiful, Rose. Girls steal their mother's beauty during pregnancy." However, Lynn was mistaken. The ultrasound confirmed that Rose was expecting a girl, a healthy, strong girl. Rose's pregnancy was challenging. Initially, she struggled with toxicosis. It eventually subsided, but other problems arose. High blood pressure, edema. While the baby developed well, Rose's health deteriorated. She lost weight, lost her appetite, and was often bedridden. The usually energetic Rose lacked the strength to even walk downstairs. In general, Rose's labour began much earlier than the due date. Despite the doctor's attempt to delay the birth, Debbie arrived prematurely and weak. She did not cry, was not placed on Rose's chest, and was not even shown to her mother. The process differs when it comes to newborns, who should have remained in the womb for at least 2 more months. Debbie was immediately rushed to the intensive care unit, fighting for her life. Rose, on the other hand, seemed fine initially. She was exhausted from childbirth and worried about her daughter. Her anxiety was apparent, and it was perfectly understandable. After examining Rose and finding no abnormalities, the doctors moved her to a ward. However, serious symptoms appeared too late to be addressed. Donald and I were so worried about the girl. Lynn was on the verge of tears. It was evident that, after 7 years later, the memory was still painful. "We were afraid that our little girl wouldn't survive. She was born prematurely and was extremely weak. And then..." When Donald received a call the next morning, informing him that his wife had died from internal bleeding, he was in disbelief. He initially thought that the news was about Debbie. His mind refused to accept what he was hearing. Debbie, however, survived. She was a strong girl. But Rose, she was gone. Donald aged dramatically over the following months. He barely slept or ate. I was worried he might... But he pulled through. He had to work through it for Debbie's sake. But truthfully, he initially harboured resentment towards his daughter, blaming her for what happened to Rose. He knew it was wrong, but he couldn't help it. He was just angry with her, that's all. Debbie was discharged home, and a nanny was hired for her, as someone had to look after the baby. Lynn was too old for that, but she played with Debbie with pleasure, drove her around the yard in a stroller, talked to her a lot, and she was the only one who gave the newborn the love she needed. She treated Debbie like her own granddaughter. Donald initially avoided the child. Although he provided for her needs and occasionally took her for walks, it was only at Lynn's insistence. He never took the initiative himself. However, when Debbie became ill with the flu and was hospitalized, Donald experienced a change of heart. He put his work aside, stayed by his daughter's bedside, sang songs to her, and recited poems. His care seemed to aid Debbie's recovery. With Debbie's return home from the hospital, Donald changed. He became a loving and caring father. Debbie grew up in good health and with a sharp intellect, bringing joy to both her father and Lynn. Despite this, Lynn was concerned about Donald's loneliness. It seemed to her that there would be no happiness for him until he met the right woman. Only now it was a very difficult task. Donald's chosen one had to love and accept Debbie, and otherwise there would be no question of any union. "Well, God heard my prayers," smiled Lynn, "and Donald has Karen. She is beautiful. You can't take your eyes off her. She's also smart. She has a child herself, a daughter a little younger than Debbie. It's a great family. Karen got a job with Donald, and it all started at some corporate party. So, it's just the usual story." Karen was kind to Debbie, often taking her and her youngest daughter out to amusement parks or movies. Debbie grew very fond of Karen and her daughter Molly. She was truly happy. When Donald and Karen got married, they started living together. Debbie began experiencing symptoms such as dizziness, nausea, weakness, and a lack of appetite. Despite numerous medical consultations, including visits to top clinics and renowned professors, no diagnosis could be made. Debbie's health was noticeably deteriorating. The first year she was quite fine. She was still on her feet. Lynn was almost crying again. It was obvious that her heart was genuinely hurting for the little girl. And after New Year's Eve she got sick. She's not well at all now. I'm so scared for her. And it's not clear what kind of illness has attacked our little girl. Since the new year, the cause of her illness remained unknown. For Debbie's safety, Karen and her daughter Molly temporarily moved into a separate apartment. Molly was attending kindergarten and potentially bringing home infections, which posed a risk to Debbie. Of course, Karen often comes, almost every day. She's a good woman. She visits Debbie, brings her goodies. She brings Molly sometimes too, when she's not sick. As soon as she started kindergarten, so it began, sick day after sick day. So it turns out that husband and wife live separately. Such a family. Well, there's nothing to do. The situation is like this. It's a very strange situation, said Ashley, who was shocked by all the story. Well, that's just the way it is, said the elderly woman. I see you've gotten along with Debbie. That's good. She'll be happier with you. Days passed. Ashley now resided in the room adjacent to Debbie's nursery. However, Debbie often requested that her nannies stay overnight in her room, which had a very comfortable sofa. They would chat before bed, hand in hand. Ashley recognised how significant this was to Debbie, who was clearly starved for attention despite the presence of several adults. Mr. Pearson, a very caring and concerned father, was also a pleasant conversation partner. They often discussed Debbie, and he always listened attentively to Ashley, never interrupting or disputing, and asked insightful questions. Ashley was introduced to Karen as well. Lynn was correct. Karen was indeed a beautiful woman, with sculpted cheekbones, lovely curved hips, and the grace of a panther. However, when Karen interacted with Debbie, when she adjusted the girl's blanket, smiled at her, or stroked her head, Ashley sensed insincerity. It was evident in seemingly insignificant details, like a cold glint in her eyes or a disdainful movement of her lips. Something elusive and very unsettling. One night, Ashley had a peculiar dream. She found herself in a room with tattered wallpaper and creaky floors. She sat on a stumpy stool by a dark window that offered no view. She realised she was dreaming and tried to wake up, but for some reason she couldn't. Suddenly, Ashley found a woman appearing in front of her, seemingly out of nowhere. Ashley recognised her as Debbie's mother from photos. Rose gave a sad smile and gazed at Ashley with a warm, gentle look. "Watch her," Rose said in a quiet, melodious voice. "Beware of Karen. She's troublesome and dangerous." Rose disappeared as suddenly as she appeared, leaving Ashley with many unanswered questions. How was she supposed to watch Karen? Why was Karen dangerous? Awakening in a cold sweat, Ashley felt as if she had been thrown back into her body. It was a strange sensation, and Rose's words still echoed in her mind. Ashley didn't believe in supernatural occurrences, but it lingered in her mind. The next day, Karen didn't come, though Ashley waited for her. She was already sure that this woman was involved in something bad. Ashley believed that Karen was harming the family and disliked Debbie. Ashley felt with all her heart that Karen only pretended to care but lacked genuine empathy for the girl, and she wondered why no one else, not even the experienced Lynn, noticed this. Karen came the following day, as beautiful and vibrant as ever. She first greeted Debbie before heading to the kitchen. "Debbie's thirsty," Karen said, looking at Lynn. Let me make her some cocoa." "Oh, rest up, I'll do it," the au pair fussed. "No, I can handle it. I feel like I want to do something for her." "Oh, you're so thoughtful." Ashley remained silent, focusing on Karen, as Rose had instructed her in her dream. Lynn was busy with the dough, while Ashley pretended to gaze out the window. But she was observing Karen, and suddenly she saw it. Karen skillfully retrieved a small vial from her sleeve, dropped a few drops into the milk, and quickly hid the bottle. It all happened in a couple of seconds, a few swift movements, but Ashley saw everything. "The princess's drink is ready," Karen smiled. "Ashley, could you hand me her favourite mug, please?" Ashley complied, silently watching as Karen poured the cocoa into Debbie's favourite mug, adorned with her favourite cartoon characters. Ashley realised Debbie shouldn't drink it, and she had to take action. And Ashley feigned a slip, bumping into Karen and causing her to drop the mug. It shattered, spilling cocoa all over the floor. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm so clumsy," Ashley apologised, quickly grabbing a rag to clean the mess and pick up the shards. "It's okay, I'll make more," Karen responded, her voice tinged with barely concealed irritation. Ashley knew she couldn't repeat the act without arousing suspicion, so she had to accept that Debbie would receive cocoa from her stepmother's hands. While Karen and Lynn were with Debbie, Ashley squeezed the rag she used to clean the cocoa into a clean jar. She intended to have the liquid analysed to find out exactly what Karen had added to the cocoa. Perhaps it was just vitamins, in which case there would be no need for alarm. Yet she had a feeling it wasn't that simple. Ashley had to wait 2 days for the test results. Upon seeing the report, she was horrified. The drink contained poison, deadly and causing symptoms similar to Debbie's. It was like in a horrible fairy tale. Ashley was afraid to tell Mr. Pearson about her investigation because he might not believe it, but it was clear Karen could not be let near the girl. She wanted to send her to the other world and had almost succeeded in this endeavour. Ultimately, Ashley mustered the courage to confide in Mr. Pearson. She relayed everything, including her odd dream, the cocoa incident, and the test. She feared his reaction, worried he might berate her, throw her out, or accuse her of intending harm to his daughter. "You know, under normal circumstances, I'd probably fire you for saying such things. They are quite peculiar, don't you think? However, I need to check any idea. Well, don't tell anyone about this yet and take a vacation. I need to sort things out. Lynn will contact you when you can go to work again." During her days off, Ashley was on edge. She was in the dark about the situation at Mr. Pearson's house and felt anxious about Debbie, who she had grown to care for deeply. When Lynn finally called, Ashley got worried. What will they tell her now? How did it go? "Come," Lynn said. "We have such a thing here. Come quickly. Debbie misses you very much." Ashley did not have to be begged for long. In half an hour she was already in Mr. Pearson's house. The door was opened by the owner himself, still as calm and imperturbable. His appearance made it hard to guess what had happened. "I want to thank you." The man finally allowed himself to smile. "You were right. Karen, she really wanted to... I'm afraid to even say it out loud." "That wretch wanted to poison Debbie," Lynn exclaimed, foregoing any politeness. "What an evil woman, and to think I trusted her so much." The story was as old and banal as the world. Greedy Karen was unwilling to tolerate a rival in the form of her wealthy husband's favourite daughter. She wanted her own daughter Molly to be the sole heiress of Mr. Pearson's fortune. And of course, she wanted a share of it as well. Karen, having studied pharmacy, never worked a day in her profession, choosing instead to live off rich admirers. Her beauty, gifted by nature, provided her with opportunities for such a lifestyle. The knowledge she acquired in college was enough for her to devise a method to send her despised stepdaughter to the grave. A poison that's difficult to detect in blood and tissue unless specifically sought. Karen incorporated the toxic substance into the meals she prepared for Debbie. Consequently, the girl became weaker, slowly fading away. "I can't believe it. It's incomprehensible." Lynn could not calm down. Ashley empathized with her. Indeed, Karen's actions were monstrous. How could she do such a thing to a defenseless child? Debbie trusted her, loved her. Mr. Pearson installed surveillance cameras in the kitchen. It was then revealed that Karen was adding poison to Debbie's food every time. Karen had also been caught red-handed and was now under investigation. Molly was taken by her father, who had longed to spend time with his child, but Karen had been preventing it in every possible way. "Molly will be okay," Lynn reassured. "The child is not to blame for what her mother planned to do." "And how is Debbie?" Ashley asked. "Debbie is doing well," a cheerful voice responded from behind. Ashley turned around to see Debbie's eyes. Although she was still thin and pale, she had the strength to move around the house. The doctors assured a speedy recovery. Ashley and Wes were strolling through the children's section of the store, surrounded by pink and purple. Dolls, makeup kits for kids, and soft toys filled the shelves. "In Dubai, a friend of mine bought a voice-controlled robot for his nephew. Maybe Debbie would like that," suggested Wes. "She's a girl," Ashley reminded him. "She definitely wants a doll, a cartoon character. We should try to find her one. Maybe next birthday she won't want toys at all. Kids grow up so fast. It's wonderful." "We'll soon see for ourselves," Wes said, placing his hand on Ashley's rounded belly. The baby responded with a subtle but noticeable kick. A year ago, after Debbie was rescued from her evil stepmother, Ashley received another surprise. Living with Debbie, she quickly recovered, engaged in active games, and requested walks around the city. The adults initially chose not to reveal to Debbie the truth about her illness, fearing it was too horrific. However, the smart girl pieced together bits of overheard conversations and her own thoughts. Surprisingly, the story didn't affect her as adversely as the adults feared. Debbie accepted it calmly. "It's just like in fairy tales," shrugged the little girl. By September, Debbie was back in school with her peers. Meanwhile, Ashley finally returned to university, choosing a distance learning program to balance her studies with work. Even though her work felt more like life in a family with relatives. The cheerful Debbie, kind and wise Lynn, and always busy but polite and attentive Mr. Pearson. With them, Ashley felt warm and cosy. They welcomed her and were grateful for her role in saving Debbie. They would often discuss the strange dream that changed everything, unable to imagine what might have happened without it. Perhaps Karen had aroused Ashley's suspicion at once because she didn't like Debbie's stepmother at first sight. Most likely, Ashley was scrolling through her thoughts in her head, and they might have been transformed into an unusual dream. One day, Ashley went to the dean's office for some business. Suddenly, Wes approached her. Ashley, in disbelief, recoiled. Wes appeared both happy and bewildered, smiling at Ashley as if no one else mattered to him in the world. "I've finally found you," he exclaimed, pulling her into his embrace. Ashley was confused, but did not resist. She leaned into the man she loved, while trying to forget his betrayal and abrupt disappearance. But the explanation was quite simple. Wes had dropped his phone in the ocean while on a steamboat walk. He couldn't get a SIM card in another country, and he forgot his account password. All this made it impossible to restore the phone book. Since Ashley wasn't registered on any social networks, he had no means to contact her. Wes resorted to writing letters just like in the old days. However, Ashley had moved in with Mr. Pearson and his family by that time, and she couldn't get any letters. I couldn't just abandon everything and leave. It was about my career and our future, our well-being. It was unbearable without you and without news from you, but I knew I had to wait. I was securing our financial future. Once that was done, I planned to fly to you and explain everything. I was unaware of the troubles you were facing. I didn't know you had taken out a loan, nor did I know about your job loss. You've had such a difficult time. In essence, it was just an unfortunate series of events. Ashley was relieved that her feelings and Wes's were genuine, devoid of betrayal and deceit. Their misunderstandings had finally been resolved. Wes had secured a contract with a renowned producer in his country. He had everything he'd dreamed of: concerts, performances, tours, and the chance to share his music with an appreciative audience. And, of course, there was the money. He even managed to buy an apartment for them, which was currently being renovated. Wes and Ashley got married and were expecting a child. Ashley felt happy and loved. She no longer worked for Mr. Pearson, and a more mature Debbie no longer required round-the-clock supervision. But they all remained friends, and right now, Ashley and Wes were choosing a present for Debbie for her 9th birthday, which might not have been. Kelly, come to my office immediately. I need to discuss a case with you. The gruff voice from the switchboard made Kelly jump in her chair. When the director summoned her, it usually meant trouble. Kelly glanced at her pocket mirror, smoothed her hair, took a deep breath, and went to the boss's office. Mr. Brown, the recently appointed director of the consulting firm, greeted Kelly with the usual contempt in his ice-blue eyes. He was only 28, but looked younger due to his delicate physical and soft wheat-coloured curly hair. At the same time, his unexpectedly low, almost gravelly voice often gave people a shock when they first met him. Mr. Brown was always impeccably dressed, as if he represented his company to the president every day. Some employees even suspected that part of their salaries, so unexpectedly cut at the beginning of this year, reduced salaries at the start of the year, funded his wardrobe. Mr. Brown openly hated Kelly, partly because just 6 months prior, she had been an ordinary cleaner in their office. Indeed, Kelly was a unique case, a person who had risen from the very bottom to the position of deputy director. However, according to Mr. Brown, the old director had made a grave error in hiring a simple country girl for such a critical role. I will rectify this error soon, within a week maximum, thought the new director, while looking at his deputy with clear contempt. Good afternoon, Mr. Brown, Kelly timidly began, carefully closing the door behind her. Did you call for me? I did, the director confirmed with a grin. Kelly, are you aware that in 5 days we will have important negotiations with Feldman Industrial? These negotiations will determine whether you can continue in your role as my deputy. Yes, I've heard about it, the girl replied quietly in a soft voice. Of course she was aware of these negotiations. Everyone in the company knew that Feldman Industrial would never likely agree to make a deal with a firm as medium-sized as theirs. Nevertheless, it seemed as though her boss had gone to great lengths to invite representatives of this esteemed brand to the table. Mr. Seagren describes you as a brilliant economist with remarkable diplomatic skills, Mr. Brown continued, squinting. It would be a poor decision on my part not to let you demonstrate your abilities in such a significant case. Moreover, your skills and actions could potentially save the entire company. Mr. Brown delivered the final phrase with feigned drama, seemingly employing the humiliation of his unfortunate subordinate. Kelly was aware of where he was going, and it made her even more anxious. Mr. Brown, I apologize, but I believe we discussed this a week ago. I am not authorized to conduct such important negotiations without your direct presence. It would be purely disrespectful to the people of Feldman Industrial. Moreover, in the last report, I presented all the potential scenarios regarding cooperation with them as partners. With all due respect, Mr. Brown, it's too risky. If we fail, all the company's assets could suffer, which we cannot afford. Remember, we already lost 20% of our shares on the market in July. Kelly tried to reason with the director, maintaining her inherent gentleness and politeness. However, she acknowledged that a man like Mr. Brown was unlikely to be swayed by such appeals. And so it was. While the young woman was explaining the situation, the chief literally drilled her with his gaze, looking for the slightest miscalculation in every word.
Do not tell me where I should and should not take risks.
The director suddenly burst out.
Believe me, I am well aware of our share status and that part of the assets, which, by the way, you missed. Yes, don't look at me like that. You're who let it happen.
Kelly stared at Mr. Brown in disbelief. She could never have imagined, even in her worst dreams, that she would be blamed for the company's declining financial stability. She had devoted herself to improving the company's fortunes, always pursuing the most profitable and long-term contracts. The director's accusation took her by surprise. Sorry, Mr. Brown, but you are fundamentally mistaken. The incident occurred solely due to... Kelly stammered, and Mr. Brown almost came right up to her in one big, sharp step.
Go on, finish your sentence, Roberts,
the director urged.
So, whose fault is it?
The deputy quickly looked at her boss and bit her tongue. No matter how much she would like to voice everything she thinks about him and his skills, if she uttered a single word, as everything that had just settled down in her life would instantly come to an end. Kelly took a deep breath and said aloud, The incident was solely due to external economic circumstances beyond our control. Mr. Brown smiled, his eyes still cold and angry.
Well done, Roberts. You stopped in time. Kudos. Now listen to me. On Friday, you'll hold final negotiations with Feldman Industrial. If successful, you'll keep your position. I might even give you a small bonus. As you said, we're in financial difficulties, so it's important to be moderate.
What if the negotiations don't go as planned? Kelly dared to ask a question that was bold and dangerous. Mr. Brown settled into his chair, folding his hands and gazing thoughtfully at his subordinate.
If the deal falls through, consider it the start of a long, unpaid vacation, he declared.
Kelly swallowed hard before clarifying. So, you're saying you'll fire me?
This conversation is over. I have other tasks to attend to,
Mr. Brown said sharply, and feigned interest in some documents on his desk, leaving Kelly no option but to retreat to her office in tears. She was at a loss, unsure of her next steps. Attending the crucial business meeting was her only option, but she felt like she was signing her own termination letter. That evening, as Kelly walked home from work, she found herself lost in thought. The short walk to the bus stop gave her ample time to reflect on her past and ponder her uncertain future. Kelly had grown up in a severely impoverished family. Her parents were alcoholics who drank excessively. Not a day passed without Kelly taking out whole bags of empty bottles after her parents. The girl carefully sorted the glass and plastic bottles and then handed it over to a collection point. She also helped her mother with her work as a janitor, and this allowed little Kelly to have at least some pocket money with which she could additionally buy something to eat, or save it for buying clothes to replace the worn ones. Due to constant malnutrition, Kelly was painfully thin. Kelly's mother showed little concern about feeding her daughter properly. Her father was no better. At times, he would drink so heavily that he would not hesitate to raise his hand against his wife or daughter. While he often physically abused his wife, he tried to limit what he called preventative measures against laziness to his daughter to once a month. Kelly, as much as possible, tolerated her parents' severe alcoholism and still loved them. She would tidy up their shabby apartment when her parents went out drinking with friends, and she even tried to prepare a decent meal herself. It was usually a simple dish, such as cheap pasta soup or fried potatoes. The most awful thing was that Kelly could not remember a single day when her parents were sober. Kelly's earliest memory was tainted by the stench of her father's hangovers. In one particular episode of drunken fury, he had torn apart her beloved stuffed bunny, just because the toy was in his way. Few people knew that Kelly was distressed about her family. Even when the girl was only 7 years old, she already realized that the way her family lived was not the norm in decent society.
"Kelly, take out the trash. The smell is unbearable,"
they would command.
"And get some beer for your father from the store. You have money, don't you?" "I know you do."
Her father would tease, his teeth stained from tobacco and alcohol, threatening her playfully with his index finger. "Dad, I'm just a child. They won't sell me beer," a scared Kelly would counter, struggling to hold back her tears.
"I'll whip you with a belt right now. You'll learn not to defy me."
The man tried to frighten her, but he could barely take a step without swaying, as if on a ship's deck.
"Kelly, do as your father says. Don't upset him or me,"
the mother added in a slurred voice.
"Everyone at the store knows you. Tell them it's for your mum and dad to cure a hangover. They'll understand. Here's money. That should cover it."
Kelly's mother clumsily pulled a crumpled bill from her dirty robe's pocket, then attempted to embrace her daughter, only to shower her with the stench of alcohol. "Mummy, I love you so much. Please, you and Dad need to stop drinking," the daughter pleaded, as she often did. "Other children live with parents who don't drink, right? What's wrong with us?" The woman immediately pushed the girl away with her trembling, helpless hands, as if she were a mangy puppy.
"Go away. Stop trying to heal me," she responded harshly. "You're too young to lecture your mother about the right way to live. You want parents who don't drink. Your own mother and father aren't good enough for you, are they? Ah, you little brat."
The woman raised her hand to hit the girl, but Kelly always managed to dodge, leaving her drunken mother fighting with air.
"I feed you, I clothe you, I carry heavy buckets. I clean up streets every day to feed you. And you can't go to the store for me. What an ungrateful child."
The mother looked at Kelly as if she were not her beloved daughter, but a strange little girl she had to care for daily and who had no relation to her.
"Why did you do this to me? What have I done to you wrong?"
Kelly asked through tears, hurriedly trying to put on her jacket, torn in several places, and hole-ridden boots, the only pair she had worn outside in any weather for more than a year. Occasionally, when her mother sobered up for a short while, she always asked Kelly for forgiveness and called herself a monster. Afterward, they typically visited the second-hand clothing store. Here, Kelly's mother would buy inexpensive items for her daughter. Despite this, the girl was grateful. During these moments, her mother was at her most lucid, promising each time that her booze was in the past now, and that they would start a new, happier and sober life the next day. Kelly held on to hope each time. She yearned to believe her parents could change, and their relentless cycle of alcohol abuse would finally cease. Maybe they would even be able to celebrate her birthday for real someday, in a cafe where they would serve ice cream and sweet sodas. It is natural for a child to dream, but if other children dreamed at her age, about a new doll or a construction set, then Kelly dreamed about the final recovery of her family. But in the evening, the drunk father would arrive. He worked part-time as a loader, then as a security guard at the local beer shop, and the cycle would start again. He would berate Kelly for defending her mother's right to sobriety and health. The unfortunate woman would endure this for several long, tiring hours, crying and lamenting her difficult life to her daughter. From her scattered memories, the girl inferred that before her birth, the family lived comfortably. They weren't wealthy, but they weren't destitute either. Their living standard drastically changed due to an unfortunate event. Kelly's father invested in high-risk bonds, using his apartment as collateral, and he and his wife lost everything. Soon after, a crisis occurred, leaving the couple unemployed. From this point, their gradual descent into the abyss started. Regardless of where the unfortunate spouses found themselves, they were either cheated or attempts were made to swindle them out of their money. As a result, instead of a proper salary, they were left with mere pennies, which were increasingly spent at beer and then liquor stores. Kelly's mother cared less and less about her daughter, and soon she lost all interest in her. At school, Kelly also struggled. She forever remembered the scornful looks and pointed fingers of classmates who only referred to her as the daughter of a drunkard. This was due to her appearance and the alcohol-laden scent of her clothes. Teachers frequently sent her home from lessons earlier than scheduled. They were reluctant to address the problems burdening this young girl, finding it easier to simply ignore them by blaming Kelly for her untidiness and sending her home to clean her clothes. In such moments, Kelly wished she could disappear from shame and her sense of helplessness. Despite her careful washing of old sweaters, she feared the smell of alcohol would forever follow her, as if it had seeped into her very being. Observing her struggle, the neighbours decided to call Child Protection Services, and soon a case was filed against Kelly's parents for failure to fulfil their parental duties. In court, the couple behaved aggressively, denying any guilt and insisting that their daughter never complained of neglect. But the experienced judge quickly comprehended the situation, and, as a result, they were forcefully stripped of their parental rights. Initially, Kelly's mother wept, but she eventually accepted the situation, telling Kelly that it was probably for the best, as now someone would care for her. The girl had not expected such a reaction, but she remembered very well how painful it was for her at that moment, when her mother had actually abandoned her in favour of continuing her drunken lifestyle. Kelly's father, in turn, did not even look at his daughter. It seemed that it was completely incomprehensible to him why they were detained for so long, only to be told that their lives would now become easier. Thus, 12-year-old Kelly unexpectedly found herself in an orphanage, where she had to relearn the rules of survival in a challenging society of rebellious teenagers. Initially, the girl struggled in the orphanage. The introverted and melancholic girl was frequently targeted and bullied by the older, more audacious children. Once they learned about Kelly's family, the orphans started treating her similarly to her former classmates. These young troublemakers seized every opportunity to hurt the poor girl, and she often retreated to the restroom to cry and contemplate her next move. She firmly believed that retaliating against the wicked children would ultimately make her no different from them or worse, like her parents. Kelly didn't want to lose herself entirely to aggression. After much thought, she decided to focus on her studies. Kelly realized that only education and a respected profession would provide her with a place in society and the freedom to live as she wished, not as her difficult circumstances dictated. She made a promise to herself not to let fear or weakness take over, and vowed never to reflect those who brought her into this world but robbed her of her childhood. With these thoughts in mind, young Kelly zealously embarked on her educational journey. Kelly diligently read all the books assigned by her caregivers and teachers, completing all tasks. This dedication helped her achieve good grades, bringing her great satisfaction. During this period, Kelly met one of the orphanage's teachers, Helen Bell. Childless herself, Helen decided to dedicate her life to the orphaned children, striving daily to give them love, affection, and the necessary knowledge for adulthood. Helen became a true mother figure to Kelly, who showed true care for her well-being, including what she wore and whether she had eaten. Helen never scolded her charges. Instead, in the face of unusual or unpleasant situations, she would have a discussion with the child, striving to understand their motivations. Helen's approach earned her immense respect and affection from all the orphanage children. They tried not to upset her unnecessarily. Upon Kelly's arrival at the orphanage, Helen's first act was to burn all of Kelly's old clothes. Initially, the girl was terrified by this because they were about to take her only valuable possession, her clothes. "Don't be afraid," Helen reassured her. "I'm taking your clothes for sanitary reasons. It's not suitable for a lovely girl like you to wear such ragged clothes. Let me take them, and we'll replace them with clean, neat clothes that you'll enjoy wearing." Kelly asked in surprise, "Do you have clothes in my size? I thought everyone here wore donated clothes or hand-me-downs." The caregiver smiled kindly and slightly upset. "No, not just that. While we do receive some items from charitable organizations, and some people bring clothes from their past lives, we also have brand new clothes for nice girls like you who come here to live. You'll also have your own separate shelf for your new clothes. There might not be a lot of them, but I can guarantee they're clean and no one has worn them before. Do you agree?" Kelly responded with a grateful smile. In her 12 years, no one had spoken to her more kindly than this stranger. She agreed to give up her worn-out clothes, and she was given a clean new set, a skirt, tights, a few t-shirts, a warm top, underwear, and pyjamas with 2 pairs of shoes, sneakers, slippers, and high-lacing autumn boots. Kelly felt as though she was in heaven. She had never owned such beautiful and intact clothing before. The pyjamas, adorned with a cheerful pattern of little yellow chicks, particularly impressed her. "What beauty!" she exclaimed in admiration. "It's casual," chuckled Helen, blushing slightly, "but I'm glad you liked your new clothes." The woman felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect that Kelly would find such delight in ordinary flannel pyjamas and new tights, and her admiration indicated her distorted perception of reality. Helen pondered whether Kelly's parents had ever noticed their daughter's needs. So, Kelly found a loyal friend and mentor in her caregiver, which made her life in the orphanage much easier. Each day, she had a hot breakfast, a hearty lunch, and dinner. It was at the age of 12 that Kelly first experienced the taste of chocolate and fluffy marshmallows. In addition to her new dietary experiences, Kelly continued her education. Helen noticed her exceptional talent in math. After several one-on-one sessions, it became evident that Kelly had a natural aptitude for mathematical analysis and complex calculations. Helen said this to Kelly and recommended that she further her studies beyond the school curriculum with additional lessons and specialized literature. This would ensure a good performance at school and lay a solid foundation for her university enrolling. Helen had worked as a math teacher in the past, and she started to give Kelly additional classes 3 times a week. The girl studied with great dedication, putting her heart and soul into every equation she solved. In the end, Kelly graduated from high school with honors, and that same year she won a place at a prestigious university, despite fierce competition. Being admitted to the university on a full scholarship brought Kelly immense joy, perhaps the most she had ever felt. Thanks to her academic and social achievements, Kelly became a local celebrity, and the girl finally started the wonderful life she had dreamed of throughout her challenging childhood. Of course, she was fortunate to have in her life such not indifferent people like Helen or her neighbour, who had called the child welfare. Without them, who knows how her life would have turned out. Kelly decided to focus on her newfound happiness, choosing not to dwell on the parents who had neglected her for alcohol. During her final year at university, she found love. One day, when she had a 2-hour break between classes, she visited the local park. It was a popular spot among students, with its tree-lined paths and well-designed landscape resembling a university campus. The park was a popular spot for people to have picnics. At any time of day, it was bustling with people, making it a comfortable place to relax with a book or enjoy a coffee while listening to the birds. Kelly found a spot under a tall oak tree with a sprawling green crown, offering shade over a small, well-manicured lawn with freshly mowed grass. She spread an old plaid, which she carried in her backpack, and sat down. Then the girl pulled a book from her bag, planning to indulge in some leisure reading before returning to the main building for her last class of the day. The book was a recognized bestseller, and Kelly was immediately engrossed in the intriguing plot. Suddenly a pleasant voice called her by name. "Kelly, sorry, is this spot free?" It took Kelly a few moments to process the sound and identify its source. She raised her head and found a tall, slightly older than her young man with a cheerful smile standing in front of her. "Sorry, did you just speak to me?" Kelly asked, fluttering her eyelashes confused. "Yes, I was wondering if I could sit next to you, on the other side of the tree. It's a great spot for reading and the sun doesn't glare in the eyes," he explained. Initially, Kelly was puzzled, and then she sighed with relief. "Of course you can. This is a public place and a public tree. I doubt the tree will mind 2 people sitting under it at once." The guy chuckled at her awkward joke before introducing himself. "I'm Lance Holden. We're in the same year, just different groups. I hope you don't mind my curiosity, but I've heard so much about your exceptional abilities in mathematical analysis that I had to introduce myself." "Nice to meet you, Lance," Kelly replied politely, shaking his hand. "I'm Kelly Roberts, and I have no clue about any legends circulating the university about me." Lance smiled again, and Kelly noticed he seemed to relax, as if he had been nervous to approach her, expecting something other than normal conversation. Lance turned out to be a charming young man and a great companion. They discussed a range of topics, from board game quality to the latest episode of a popular summer series, while sitting under a tree. Kelly and Lance shared many interests, and Kelly enjoyed conversing with someone who understood her. Their friendship blossomed into a tender romance, and they found it difficult to spend a day apart. With Lance, Kelly felt she could be true, vulnerable, the person who needs protection from the world's harshness and whose love is worth preserving. Lance was equally, if not more, infatuated with Kelly. He promised to marry her after they graduated from university because they were clearly meant for each other. The only concern overshadowing their wedding plans was the behaviour of Lance's parents. As it turned out, Lance came from a wealthy and respected family. His parents had business in the construction materials industry, and they couldn't admit their son marrying a simple orphanage girl. Kelly had asked Lance not to reveal her past to his parents, fearing it would strain their relationship further. Nevertheless, Mr. Holden and Mrs. Holden somehow still got to know about the lineage of the potential daughter-in-law. Naturally, they were furious. "There will be no wedding," Lance's father exclaimed. "Do you understand? Your bride comes from a family of alcoholics. You're essentially marrying a ticking time bomb." "Dad, what are you talking about?" "Yes, Kelly didn't want to reveal to you her difficult past, poor thing. She's experienced more hardships than you can imagine, Lance defended Kelly. We couldn't imagine, indeed, Mrs. Holden retorted. We never got drunk or lay drunk under the fence. Mum, stop insulting my bride, Lance retorted, his anger flaring. No, your mother is absolutely right, the father chimed in. Lance, consider the kind of children you might have, given such genetics. Do you understand? Lance stubbornly shook his head. Don't bother. You won't convince me not to marry Kelly. As soon as we receive our diplomas, we'll apply to the registry office. Lance's parents were taken aback by their son's determination. Regardless of their attempts to dissuade him or disparage his future wife, they were unsuccessful. The young couple graduated from university and began preparing for their wedding with great enthusiasm. Lance's parents had no choice but to accept their son's decision and allow him to build his own life. One day, Kelly and Lance were driving along a damp autumn highway, slick from the previous night's heavy rain. Kelly needed to visit the studio for the last wedding dress fitting. The groom had insisted on ordering a wedding dress from a top designer, which caused with some inconveniences. Particularly, Kelly had to visit his studio several times to try on the dress. That day they were rushing to complete the dress fitting before lunch. They still had to discuss the festive dinner details at the restaurant, and the chef was only available between 1 and 3 p.m. Lance had to speed up to reach the atelier as soon as possible. Suddenly, he unbuckled his belt to remove his jacket, which he was hot to sit in. And then everything happened with incredible speed, but Kelly saw everything happening as if in slow motion. Here, the car slips on a dangerous curve, and the wheels spin out at an unnatural angle with a loud squeal. Here, Lance tries hard to hold the steering wheel, but he fails, and the car is thrown somewhere beyond the road barrier. Here, everything around her begins to spin, as if she were in some infernal barrel. The top and bottom suddenly changed places, and the shards of window glass forcibly stabbed into her face as if 1,000 small, sharp needles. After that, Kelly felt a blunt blow to her head and fell into total darkness. She regained consciousness in a hospital ward. When she asked a nurse what had happened, she received a dry, terse response. Car accident. Your fiancé is in a coma. We don't know when or if he'll wake up. Let's hope for the best. Later, an investigator from the local police department revealed that their car had skidded on a wet road. Her fiancé Lance had sustained multiple fractures and a serious head injury that caused him to fall into a deep coma. Kelly, having been strapped in with a seatbelt, suffered only minor injuries, a few bruises, a sprain, and minor scrapes. Upon her discharge, Kelly went straight to Lance's ward. However, she was stopped by his parents, who looked as gloomy as storm clouds. Hey, wait a moment, where are you going? Mr. Holden asked Kelly, blocking her path. You're not wanted here. What? It's me, Kelly, your son's bride, she responded. I understand how hard this is for you, but Lance and I were in the accident together. I have the right to know his condition and what the doctors are saying. Kelly fearlessly lifted her chin, a gesture she had involuntarily learned from her fiancé. But Mrs. Holden hissed at the girl. Can you believe her audacity, darling? She thinks she has rights. You no longer have a fiancé. If it hadn't been for you and your damned dress, none of this would have happened. Our Lance would still be well. Mrs. Holden quietly sobbed and buried her face in her husband's chest. Kelly, please leave us, Mr. Holden calmly requested. Can't you see we're already suffering? Our son, your former fiancé, is now in a coma because of you. Please let us be alone for some time. When Lance wakes up, he might want to speak with you, but for now, this is pointless. Please leave us. I'm asking you nicely. With a heavy heart, Kelly followed Mr. Holden's orders. She knew she couldn't do anything at the moment. All she could do was wait for her beloved fiancé to wake up. Kelly understood the pain his family were going through, but she was genuinely offended by the way she was treated by her beloved's parents. It was obvious now that they could not fully come to terms with their son's choice. For the next few weeks, Kelly spent her time in her modest flat, pacing back and forth like a caged tiger. The girl was ready to burst into the hospital ward, desperate to see her beloved, but each time fear of encountering Lance's parents at the ward's threshold held her back. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, she went to the hospital. Instead of visiting the doctor first, Kelly headed straight to her fiancé's ward. To her surprise, the ward was empty. Turning around, she saw Lance's mother in front of her. The poor woman was as pale as death itself, and her head was covered with a black woolen shawl. "Are you satisfied now, you monster?" The woman slowly spat every word with hate. "You ruined my son, and you dare to show your face here again? Well, if you dared, then here, look, admire it." "What happened?" Kelly asked, bewildered. "Where is Lance?" "Lance? Our Lance is dead! All because of you!" Kelly felt the floor shift beneath her. "What did you say?" she whispered. "Lance is dead?" "Don't even think about showing up at the funeral. If you come near us, I'll order the guards to shoot you like a rabid dog," warned Mrs. Holden. "Understand? Now get out. I don't want to see you any more." Kelly didn't argue with the grieving woman. She just slowly, like in a nightmare, made her way to the exit. She never got the opportunity to attend the funeral of her beloved. Lance's parents failed to invite her and strongly suggested she would face severe consequences if she dared to even glance at the sombre procession from a distance. Kelly spent several weeks in a severe depression. She could not eat, drink, and was tormented by constant nausea, which, as it soon turned out, was not related to the tragic events in the girl's life. Upon purchasing a pregnancy test from a nearby pharmacy, Kelly discovered she was pregnant. The news filled her with both joy and fear. How could she raise a child alone? What kind of mother could she be, given her unhappy past? These questions haunted her. Later, a hospital visit revealed she was expecting twins. This news complicated her situation even more. She urgently needed to find a job to support herself during pregnancy and then her newborns. The savings she and Lance had put aside for their wedding were barely enough to last the winter, and what would happen after that was uncertain. Kelly was certain of one thing: she needed to leave the city quickly. She feared that her late fiancé's parents, when they learned of their grandchildren, might try to take them away from her. After hurriedly packing her bags, Kelly bought a bus ticket and fled to another city that same night to avoid potential harassment from the Holden family. With her remaining money, Kelly managed to rent a small but cosy apartment, and soon she made friends with the girl from the opposite apartment. Jennifer was a friendly, jovial and kind girl with whom Kelly quickly developed a rapport. She told her story, after which Jennifer respected Kelly even more. "I don't know what I would have done in your place," Jennifer said, shaking her head thoughtfully. "Your strength is truly admirable. I promise to help you in any way I can. Now you're not alone, Kelly. Together we'll raise your children, and you'll find your place in life." Kelly was grateful to Jennifer for her kindness and understanding, so she tried to hold on and not to upset her with her doubts, which, time and again, arose in Kelly's troubled soul. So, imperceptibly, almost a year flew by. Kelly gave birth to twins, Zoe and Andrew, and Jennifer helped in every possible way, acting as a second mother to the children. A little later, when Kelly recovered from childbirth and again began to work, picking up all the part-time jobs that she could, she often hired a nanny and she was also greatly assisted by Jennifer, who understood what it was like to be a single mother with 2 children. Her mother also raised her and her sister without any support. Jennifer was working remotely as a news portal editor and only had to visit the office a few times a month, so she had no issues taking care of the children in Kelly's absence. Kelly saw her young children only twice a day, early in the morning before she left for work and late at night when she returned home. The girl was not afraid of any work. She washed floors in offices and shopping centres, worked as a dishwasher in small cafes and canteens, and even tried to give consultations on economics at the local city forum. While these jobs did not pay significantly, they allowed her to provide for herself and her children, which was her top priority. Kelly was incredibly grateful to Jennifer for helping care for the twins. When they were old enough, she enrolled them in a local kindergarten. Despite being well qualified, Kelly struggled to find work in her field of economics. Whenever potential employers learned of her young twins, they were quick to show her the door. After a couple of months of struggle, Kelly resigned herself to it and decided to get a job as a cleaner in a trading company and then prove herself there somehow. That's how she found herself in that particular consulting firm. There she was taken without much trouble, because it was difficult to find well-performing their work cleaners, and the previous employee just retired this year. Therefore Kelly became a convenient and reliable option for them. But Kelly herself had her sights set on the sales department, hoping to become a manager eventually. At first, no one in the company took the silent but polite cleaner very seriously. Kelly came to the office every day, mopped the floor, vacuumed the carpet, dusted the office equipment, and collected and threw away all sorts of office waste. In short, she did not give the impression of a person who understood anything about economics. However, everything was decided by chance. In one of the late evenings, when most of the employees had already left their workplaces, Kelly noticed a quarterly report on the desk of the senior manager. There were many figures and calculations of all kinds, looking at which Kelly immediately realized that there was a serious error in the documents, missing which would mean dooming the company to great financial losses. Kelly removed her rubber gloves and collected the documents from the table. She took a pen with her, too, and went to the director's office. Fortunately, he was still there, dealing with the reports of other departments.
"Oh, Kelly, what brings you here?"
the man expressed with genuine surprise.
"I thought you had finished tidying up and returned to your children."
Mr. Seagren, the director of the company, was a very kind and decent man. Kelly greatly admired his treatment of everyone in the office as equals, from senior managers to cleaning staff. He spoke respectfully to everyone, never flaunting his status, and served the firm's interests over his own. "Excuse me, Mr. Seagren," Kelly began cautiously. "I noticed a significant error in the senior manager's calculations and thought you should review it. I think I might even know how to correct it." The director frowned and asked,
"What do you know about these things? Did you go to college?"
5 years in economics, graduated with distinction," Kelly replied with a shy smile.
Mr. Seagren's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Well, if that's the case, let's see the mistake you found."
From that moment, the director saw in Kelly more than just a diligent, humble cleaner. He recognized her as a brilliant economist who could solve even the most complex problems. Several times, Mr. Seagren consulted with Kelly on financial matters, and then one day he unexpectedly summoned her during work hours. Kelly was puzzled about why she was abruptly called into the director's office. She knew that she had left the office immaculately clean from the evening. During her shifts, the premises were always in perfect order. There was simply nothing to criticize her for. When Mr. Seagren called Kelly to his office that day, he thought of something else. He had long ago noticed in this skinny cleaner an executive and unquestioning employee, so he was sure that his unusual offer would give her a charge of unprecedented optimism and motivation.
"Come in, Kelly, don't be afraid, have a seat."
The director gestured to a chair. The young woman nervously sat down on the edge of the plush chair.
"I've been watching you for a while, Kelly," Mr. Seagren began. "I must say, I am very impressed by your analytical skills. You've been working in our office for over 6 months now, and I've decided it's time for you to put your cleaning tools aside for more intellectual work. Kelly, I want to make you the head of sales, my deputy. You've helped me many times, and I believe I couldn't find a better candidate. Do you accept?"
Kelly was taken aback by the director's offer. She had never considered the possibility of becoming a senior manager or a deputy director. She would be truly happy even with a sales manager position. Despite the surprise, it was a great opportunity, of course. "Mr. Seagren, your offer is unexpected," Kelly began cautiously. "But I agree, and I'm deeply grateful for your trust. Believe me, I won't let you down." "I'm sure I won't regret it, Kelly. Well done," said Mr. Seagren, shaking her hand, and let her leave early that day to prepare for her new position in their company. Mr. Seagren watched the girl leave with a contented smile. He had no doubt that he had made the right choice. That's how Kelly Roberts became the deputy director, a role she thoroughly enjoyed. It allowed her to fully apply her knowledge, and her years at university were fully rewarded in the 5 months she worked at the consulting company. Kelly's enthusiasm and skills led to remarkable sales figures in a short period. Everyone was pleased with Kelly's economic strategy, so she felt secure in her new position. The results of her work spoke for themselves. It seemed as though Kelly's life was improving. However, the unsuspecting mother of twins didn't realize that this was just the beginning of another series of misfortunes, seemingly sent by fate to test her character's strength. A critical moment came when Mr. Seagren got seriously ill due to his age, and he was abruptly replaced by a young and audacious dandy, Anthony Mr. Brown. As a distant relative of one of the company's co-founders, he behaved like a king at the head office. He was not shy about squandering the budget. If any employee dared to challenge their actions, they were promptly dismissed and replaced with someone more compliant. From the first day of their acquaintance, Kelly was disliked by Mr. Brown. He disliked having a deputy who was well versed in finance and understood all that he wrote in the reports, which were aimed to confuse his colleagues on the board and hide the company's extravagant spending. More than once, Kelly pointed out to him the supposedly accidental mistakes in the figures, and it pissed the young director off to no end. Learning that Kelly had risen to the position of deputy from being a cleaner, he decided to get rid of her. If not physically, then emotionally, he thought, beginning to humiliate her at every turn and highlighting her less than noble professional journey. After a failure with forthcoming negotiation, he was certain that he could finally dismiss Kelly Roberts. Meanwhile, Kelly sat in her office, continuing to sob bitterly. She realized that Mr. Brown effectively ended her career by assigning her to negotiate with Feldman Industrial. The representatives of this company were renowned for their uncompromising, distrustful, and almost obsessive selectivity in choosing business partners. Kelly was almost certain she would not be able to strike a deal with Feldman Industrial. That's why she prepared herself mentally to pack up her belongings the following day. Being fired seemed inevitable. Regardless, she still had to attend the meeting at the upscale restaurant, located in the city centre. Barely managing to prepare herself and order snacks and drinks, she watched as the restaurant doors opened and the entire delegation entered. The girl greeted the company representatives and invited them to sit. Their potential partners from Feldman Industrial exuded an air of danger and business savvy, making Kelly feel as if she were facing a pack of wolves. After introducing themselves, they immediately apologized for the absence of one of the key representatives of the company, but immediately assured that he was delayed for critical reasons and should join them soon. Even though the beginning of the negotiations turned out to be quite nervous and tense, Kelly was able to provide the business partners with a maximum of useful information about their company, thanks to which the conversation reached a new, much more constructive level. In the middle of the negotiations, a late member of Feldman Industries entered the restaurant and made his way to the table where the negotiations were taking place. As he approached, he greeted everyone, and when Kelly saw his face, it seemed to her that the air in her lungs instantly ran out. The astonished look in Lance's eyes suggested he also recognized Kelly as his once-intended bride. After concluding their business negotiations, which, incidentally, proved beneficial for both parties, and waiting for their partners to depart, Kelly and Lance embarked on a difficult conversation. "Kelly, why did you leave? Why did you abandon me?" Lance asked with bitterness. "I didn't leave you," Kelly replied sadly. "Your parents told me you were dead. They forbade me from attending the funeral." Overwhelmed by emotion, Kelly broke into tears, hiding her face from the prying eyes of the restaurant patrons. "Oh my goodness, what a black, vile lie!" Lance exclaimed angrily, then gently wrapped his arm around Kelly's shoulders. "If you'll allow me, I'll never let you go again." All Kelly could do was nod in agreement, still trying to control her flood of tears. It was as if the woman's heart had suddenly been turned inside out, revealing to the world all the stitches that still connected its broken parts to each other. Soon it was revealed that Lance's parents had deceived him, labelling his fiancée as a cheater and defaming her to the young man, who was barely recovered from a coma. They had claimed that Kelly had left him for a more promising suitor, and Lance in his youthful naivety had believed them. Afterward, his family had found a bride for him that they believed would meet the elite family standards. However, this marriage was short-lived, and the couple soon divorced. It's challenging to express the emotions Lance and Kelly felt when their hearts were reunited, but one thing was certain: nothing could separate them now. When Kelly informed Lance that their twins were waiting for him at home, Lance was surprised and overjoyed. "Twins! My God! I have children!" he exclaimed joyfully, kissing his beloved. Kelly just smiled, at a loss for words. She resigned from the consulting company and its avaricious director right after she returned from the business negotiations. Soon after her leaving, they started facing heavy losses. Eventually, the company went bankrupt. Mr. Brown was caught bribing a major regional official, which led to a serious prison sentence. As for Kelly, she and her husband, yes, they finally got married, are raising their children and managing their new business in the production of children's furniture. Lance's parents, seeing their son's happiness and meeting their grandchildren, realized their mistakes. They apologized and were forgiven. Now the big family gathered as a friendly group for all family holidays. Linda returned early from her business trip, much to her delight. This was because the next day was December 31st. She went straight to work from the airport, shared results of her business trip, and exchanged New Year's gifts with her colleagues. After work, she headed home to prepare for the holiday celebrations. Her co-workers invited her to stay and celebrate the upcoming holiday a little. However, Linda declined, citing fatigue and the need to drive home. She also decided not to inform her husband about her early return, wanting to surprise him. On her way home, Linda stopped at a supermarket. She filled her basket with vegetables, fruits, fish, delicacies, drinks, ice cream, candy, and other goodies. The woman knew her husband had probably consumed all the food she had prepared before her business trip. She also knew that going grocery shopping was a daunting task for him. He worked as a leading programmer in an IT company and spent most of his free time at the computer. When she reached home, she only took her travel bag inside, planning to ask her husband to help with the groceries in the trunk. Effortlessly ascending to the 4th floor, Linda entered her apartment and immediately noticed Patty's slippers. Patty was her next-door friend. She must be feeding Stefan again, Linda thought with slight anger. She had repeatedly asked Patty not to feed her husband pies, fearing that Stefan's sedentary lifestyle would transform him into a round bun. As Linda was about to announce her arrival, she heard a familiar sound from the slightly open bedroom door. She listened from the hallway, and there was no doubt about what her husband and their neighbour were doing. Leaving her bag by the entrance, Linda cautiously approached the bedroom and peered into the room. She saw 2 plump figures engaged in love on the marital bed. Linda was too stunned to react vocally to her unfaithful husband and unreliable friend. Instead, she felt nausea rising in her throat. She wanted to breathe in some fresh, frosty air, so she left the apartment and got into her car. The unpleasant scene still etched in her mind. "These 2 disgusting jerks are so alike," she remarked bitterly as tears welled up in her eyes. Her first instinct was to rush to the airport and catch the next flight to her hometown, where her parents and son lived. After finishing school, their son had decided to attend college in his grandparents' city, which he then made his permanent home. Linda was happy about this fact. Her parents were getting old, and the presence of their grandson gave meaning to their life, and the young man was under the care of the elders. However, she quickly dismissed the idea, knowing her sudden arrival might worry her parents, especially if she came without her husband. Linda wished she could lean on her friend for support, but that friend was currently in bed with her husband. Linda sobbed again. Her thoughts returned to when Patty, a divorced woman without children, moved into the apartment next door. She worked as a dispatcher at a transportation company and would sometimes look after Linda's son when she and Stefan were at work. Patty was a fantastic cook, especially at baking, and she frequently shared her delicious masterpieces with her neighbours. Linda was a good hostess, but indifferent towards baking. She aimed to diversify her dishes and cooked something exquisite or a family favourite on weekends. She had to go on quarterly business trips, but her family was used to it. Although before leaving, Linda always prepared meals for her family and bought the necessary groceries in reserve. She was grateful to Patty for helping with household chores in her absence. Linda often made gifts for Patty, and together they would enjoy tea with Patty's cakes and pastries in her kitchen. "What do these men want? My husband had a delicious meal at home every day, and a beautiful woman as well," she used to lament. "But he found some ugly woman who can't even cook eggs. You know, your husband is a gem. He doesn't drink, smoke, and is always home. You're lucky." "You'll be lucky too, Patty, for sure," Linda would reassure her. "I wish I was lucky," sighed her friend. "I should hope and wait. A whole life is still ahead of me." How could she do that? Linda wondered, remembering such heart-to-heart conversations. When her tears subsided, she opened the glove compartment for tissues and found a gift for her husband she had bought before her business trip. There were a bunch of keys to the summer house lying around. The decision was made quickly. Linda started the car and drove out of town towards the summer house. The thermometer displayed a temperature of 10 degrees below zero. The holiday lights twinkled throughout the city, and if it weren't for the ruined evening, Linda might have welcomed the new year with joy. However, as she moved further from the city, her calmness increased. The woman realized that there was little she could do to repair or alter her current situation. But she was sure that she would not want to see her husband or her neighbour in the near future, let alone communicate with them. Their country house was equipped for year-round living. Thus, without hesitation, Linda decided to spend a few days there. She turned onto her street settlement and mentally thanked the local community leader for arranging a tractor to clear the road before the holiday. Linda wasn't concerned about the condition of the house. She had managed to persuade Stefan to visit on weekends. They tidied up the house and cleared the paths. Linda went skiing, while Stefan settled by the stove with his laptop. However, now her joy was short-lived. After the community leader's house, she noticed mountains of snow piled up on the sides of the narrow road. And then there was an only white expanse, marked by deep tyre tracks from an only car that had passed before her. Linda drove a few metres before realising that the car was stationary ahead. The driver was attempting to rock the car back and forth. This might take a while, Linda thought, noticing the man walking towards her. Under her headlights, she had a clear view of him. The tall, slender brunette was a stranger to her. The man was dressed in an unbuttoned, short sheepskin coat, and he had an appealing haircut. Linda rolled down her window for a closer look. The man in his 40s had a 2-day stubble that added to his charm. His smooth eyebrows, open forehead and piercing grey eyes, framed by thick lashes, made him look masculine and attractive. He is indeed handsome. What a waste of such gorgeous lashes on a man, she thought excitedly. Then she chided herself. What am I thinking? Stuck on this country road? Good evening. The stranger greeted her with a pleasant baritone that warmed her tense spirit. Well, perhaps not quite a good one, she replied with a sigh. I'm sorry, I seem to have been stuck here for a while. The road ahead isn't cleared at all. What am I supposed to do? Linda asked sadly. Why don't you back up, then drive my car, and I'll try to push it, suggested the stranger. Let's give it a try, Linda agreed. After a short drive back to the community leader's house, she exited her car and immediately felt the chill. The frosty air seemed to penetrate every cell of her body. She yearned to be in her cottage, warm by the fireplace, sipping hot tea. The woman donned the hood of her short mink coat, which covered her hairdo, and gave her a stern look. You will be my saviour, the man said, looking deeply into her brown eyes. Oh, I could have been in your position. I consider myself fortunate that you were driving ahead. How far is your house? She asked. It's at the end of the street. It belongs to my friend, not me. Linda was curious why the stranger was heading to someone else's cottage on a winter evening, especially considering the untouched snow indicated no one was there. However, she was not one to pry into a stranger's business, especially when she had enough concerns of her own, so she didn't inquire further. Well, you won't get there by car today, she said, but my house is very close. We've almost reached it. I suggest we walk to the house, grab some shovels, and clear the driveway. Then I'll pull into the parking lot, and you can turn around and go back to town. In fact, I don't need to go back there, the stranger said quietly. What do you mean? Linda asked. Well, it's like that joke. The husband comes back from a business trip and there's an unpleasant surprise waiting for him in the bedroom, the man said, his voice laced with sarcasm. Are you also from a business trip? No way, Linda exclaimed, highly emotional. Sorry, what do you mean? What's there to not understand? I mean, I also returned from a business trip at the wrong time, Linda replied, bitterness in her voice. Oh, I'm sorry, the stranger said, embarrassed. Well, don't apologise. Let's do something with the snow, or I'll turn into a snowman myself. You're more of a snow queen, said the stranger, looking at the woman with interest. Shall I take that as a compliment? Linda asked, smiling sadly. I mean it sincerely. Maybe I just phrased it poorly. The Snow Queen is cold and wicked, but you are beautiful and sweet. Thank you for your kind words, but I'm actually about to freeze, Linda said, shivering. I'm all ears. Lead the way, said the stranger playfully, bringing his palm to his temple. Go ahead then, Linda said with a smile. She circumvented his car, stepping into a thick layer of snow. Her high suede boots allowed her to walk in the snow without fear of soaking her thin tights. To make her stride more comfortable, Linda lifted her skirt and confidently walked towards her destination. Upon reaching the gate, she opened it and continued toward the house. The man wearing boots tried to follow Linda's footsteps, unable to take his eyes off her slender legs. Only a fool would cheat on a woman like that, he thought. Well, hello, sweet home, Linda said as they arrived at the front door. Let's check if there's electricity first, she suggested, unlocking the door. I hope we're done with unpleasant surprises for today, the man remarked. I hope so too, Linda replied as she entered the house. She walked to the electrical box, flipped all the switches, and the lights came on immediately. Oh, at least we have some luck, she sighed with relief. The stranger glanced around the tidy, comfortable kitchen. Do you know how to use the fireplace? Linda asked, activating the electric heater in the chilly house. I do, the man responded, smiling. Then Linda went into the next room, where she took jeans and a sweater out of the closet and changed quickly. When she returned to the living room, she found the stranger sitting on a low stool, warming his hands with the heat coming from the fireplace, where the logs were crackling merrily. Well, I guess it's time for us to get acquainted. My name is Linda, she introduced herself. And my name is Kevin, he replied, looking at the woman with interest. Linda, you've magically transformed from an elegant lady into a beautiful country girl. Thank you. I have something for you too, Linda replied with a smile. She took her husband's jacket off the coat rack and pulled out a knitted cap and mittens from the shelf. Don't worry, everything is clean. I always rewash everything in the fall. These might be a bit large, but they're more comfortable than your stylish sheepskin coat. I appreciate it, Linda. Kevin smiled warmly. Then Linda brought out 2 pairs of gumboots. She put one pair on and offered the other to Kevin. Beauty can't be spoiled by anything, she said sincerely. Thanks, Linda. Now I'm certain I won't get cold. Good. Enough of talking. We have important work ahead, Linda said, gesturing for Kevin to follow her outside. They took their shovels and began to clear away the snow to make room for the car. As soon as the driveway and parking lot was cleared, both cars were parked in front of the house. We did an impressive job, Linda exclaimed happily. That's right, well done. You know, this unexpected exercise in the fresh air has lifted my spirits. Yeah, mine too, Linda agreed. Linda, please, lend me a shovel. I'm going to try to clear a path to my friend's house. Sure, you can take not only a shovel, but also my skis if you like. But we can do it later. Let's go inside and have hot tea for now. I wouldn't say no to dinner, to be honest. I haven't eaten anything this morning. Yes, and I'm starving too. To our luck, I have plenty of food in the car. I have supplies too, said Kevin, heading for his car. Soon they entered the warm house, removed their outerwear, and began to set the table. You have a very comfortable house, Kevin observed, looking around. Yes, I love this house, and try to visit as often as possible. I understand why. There's a different atmosphere here. I'd say an aura. And I'm glad to have ended up being your guest. Who would have thought I'd spend the night in such pleasant company, said the man with a smile. And I can say the same, Kevin. Thank you for distracting me from my sad thoughts, Linda said, studying her guest carefully. He was wearing a dark blue sweater, and it couldn't hide his impressive shoulders from her gaze. How could anyone cheat on a man like that? She wondered as she arranged her food. Linda, let's avoid discussing unpleasant matters, shall we? There'll be plenty of time to think and reconsider, but not today. It's been a long day. How about a shot of brandy? I wouldn't mind, Kevin, Linda replied, pulling out 2 shot glasses. They ate heartily and with pleasure, consuming almost a third of the bottle of brandy. Thank you, Linda. Everything was delicious. But it's getting late and I should leave. Kevin, don't think anything of it, Linda said hesitantly. But could you stay the night? I can set up your bed here in the living room, She gestured to the sofa. Your house isn't heated, and how late will you get there? Besides, I'm scared to sleep here alone in winter.
Linda, how could I refuse such an offer?
The guest exclaimed. If I hadn't been afraid of offending you with such a request, I would have asked for it myself. Thank you, I'll gladly stay. After clearing the table and preparing the guest's bed, Linda retired to her room. She dressed in warm pyjamas and snuggled under the downy blanket. Sleep eluded her for a long time, as the terrible scene with her husband and his mistress replayed in her mind. I must have been a poor wife to him, Linda pondered. We started living like neighbours after our son left. We only had dinner together, and he literally slept with his computer, and I didn't object. At first it irritated me, but then I accepted it, and didn't even notice that he didn't need me at all. And Patty kept praising him and feeding him. They say the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. I wonder how long this has been going on. However, what does it matter now? What happened has happened. She tried to reassure herself. The wooden house seemed to possess a unique aura that finally enticed Linda into a deep sleep. She dreamt of floating on a fluffy cloud against a clear blue sky. Upon waking, she felt revitalized and prepared to tackle life's challenges anew. Despite the uncertainty ahead, she was resolved not to fall prey to despair. The house was tranquil. Assuming Kevin was still sleeping, Linda quietly exited the bedroom and glanced into the kitchen. The couch was neatly arranged, and the linens were folded. Linda looked out the window and saw no one there as well. After washing up, she went outside, walked to the gate, and noticed a ski track leading to the end of the street. Linda smiled, realizing that Kevin had gone to a friend's house. Back indoors, she boiled water for tea, made some sandwiches, and enjoyed her breakfast. After inspecting the pantry, she decided to prepare a light chicken broth and vegetable salad for lunch. She phoned her parents and her son to extend holiday wishes. Her voice, filled with festive cheer, betrayed no signs of stress. She said that Stefan joins all the congratulations, but now he was busy with software issue at his work. Linda finished her preparations in the kitchen and stepped outside again. In the yard stood a Christmas tree they had planted a few years ago, when they first bought the cottage. Since then, they had decorated it every New Year's Eve. Well, I can't break tradition, can I? Linda brought a box of ornaments from the pantry and began to decorate the tree. She also hung the garland on it, and satisfied with the work she had done, suddenly remembered the present lying in the glove compartment. For a moment she considered hanging it on the tree, but ultimately took it inside, tucking it away in her dresser drawer. After turning on the garland, Linda went outside once more to admire the decorated tree. She then grabbed a shovel and cleared a path to the sauna. She intended to meet in the new year properly, clean and dressed up. While the sauna was heated, the woman tried to decide about her outfit. After rummaging through her closet, she found a light grey knit dress, worn only a couple of times and still looking new. Yes, it's true what they say. New is well forgotten old, Linda murmured to herself as she put on the dress. She was admiring her reflection in the mirror when she heard the sound of a car pulling up. The woman looked out the window and saw her husband's SUV stopped at the gate. Not wanting to let him in, Linda quickly went outside to confront Stefan. "Why are you here?" she demanded immediately. "I knew you were here," Stefan responded, moving towards her. "So, you remembered you have a wife? And you even got away from your computer and your mistress? Wow." "You're right. I had to leave my work and navigate through traffic to get out here to the cottage." Stefan huffed in response. "I saw your bag and understood that you know everything. That's good. It saves me from having to explain. But I decided to come see you regardless." "But no one was expecting you here," Kevin remarked sharply as he approached the gate of the property on skis. Upon seeing Linda with an unknown man, he immediately assumed it was her husband. "Who the hell is that?" Stefan asked, noticing Kevin. What business is it of me? I'm still your husband, and I want to know who you're having affairs with. Stefan shouted, deliberately loudly. Deception, cheating are your departments. Don't project them onto me, Linda retorted, matching his raised voice. Or perhaps you've been skipping your business trips to spend time with your lover here, Stefan accused, his voice becoming shrill. Linda stared at him, not recognizing the man she had shared 26 years with. Stefan, what's wrong with you? She asked in a softer tone. The man's cottage is on the same street. Since the road isn't cleared, he left his car at our gate, she explained, trying to justify Kevin's presence without revealing the details of the previous evening. And after that, did you have a wonderful night of love and comfort with him? Am I right? Stefan persisted. Stefan, I don't want to listen to you any further. Get out of here and leave me be alone. Look, I don't want to hear your excuses either. Pack up, let's go home and get ready for the New Year party. Are you crazy? After what I saw yesterday, you think I'm going to celebrate New Year's Eve with you? Why don't we invite Patty too? Why not? Patty will be there too. We have to talk about this whole situation. You know what, my dear hubby? I'm not going to discuss anything with you. Now get out of here and don't piss me off. I don't want to see or hear from either of you any more. When I see fit, then I'll go. And now my patience has run out, cried Linda, and unable to hold back her tears any longer, burst into tears. Well, darling, stop it. Stefan tried to embrace her, but she sharply pushed him away, and from the surprise he even fell into a snowdrift, from where he struggled to get back on the path. Get out of here, Linda shouted through her tears. And don't you forget that this house is our jointly acquired property, Stefan shouted, heading for the gate. Really? Have you forgotten that the money for this cottage was given by my parents? Linda shouted after him. We'll talk about that somewhere else, at the lawyer, for example, he retorted, grinning. How you disgust me, she said, and leaned against the wall of the house without strength. Kevin did not interfere in the couple's conversation, but watched from the side, ready to come to Linda's aid if necessary. Stefan, already gotten into the SUV, looked at Kevin appraisingly. I hope you won't be bored tonight, either. Happy New Year, he shouted before forcefully slamming the car door shut. Stefan turned the car around and drove off, while Kevin immediately rushed over to Linda. I apologise for not coming over right away. I didn't want to interrupt your conversation and compromise you, he said, helping her to her feet. It's all right, Kevin. Honestly, I didn't expect such a heated confrontation. It's the first time we've ever had a conversation like that. I still can't believe he's become such a stranger. I'm sorry about your conversation. You know, my unfaithful wife didn't even call me, Kevin confessed. Perhaps it's for the best. I've noticed she's changed, and my friends who gave me the key to this cottage had been hinting before, but I didn't want to believe it. Our daughter, a high school senior, is on winter camp now, and I'm relieved she's not home. I don't know how it would have looked. Maybe my wife wouldn't bring a lover home if my daughter was home. But then I wouldn't have known all this. Kevin, let's not be sad. The new year is coming soon, Linda said in a tired voice. By the way, how was your visit to your friend's house? Thanks for the skis. It was very convenient to get there. We warmed the house. My friends are planning to come here tomorrow. That's good. You'll have more fun, Linda responded, thinking to herself that she didn't want to be alone. And while your friends are in town, I'm inviting you to lunch. I've already made some chicken soup. Oh, I'd love some hot soup, Kevin said with a smile. Linda was pleased to see how much he enjoyed the simple, uncomplicated food. It's delicious, Linda. You're a great hostess, Kevin complimented after finishing his plate. And you're welcome. Are you going into town today? She asked. You know, I certainly won't leave you here alone now, he confidently replied. Well, if that's so, Then we should prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner, Linda said, happy that she wouldn't be alone on New Year's Eve. They prepared salad and marinated the meat to bake in an electric grill. Kevin, I've prepared the sauna. If you want more steam, you'll need to add more firewood, Linda said.
Wow, a sauna? I never dreamed of such a relax,
Kevin exclaimed joyfully. You'll find a clean towel there. I'm unsure about clothes, though. It seems improper to offer you my husband's shirts.
No worries, I have my bag for my business trip. It contains everything I need,
Kevin assured her. Linda, remembering her bag in the hallway, felt a pang of unpleasant memories.
Well, that's good. If you don't need my help, I'd like to go to the sauna right now,
the man said. Yes, enjoy it, Linda said. While Kevin was in the sauna, Linda busied herself with cooking. When he returned, he was wearing a light-coloured sweater, which, surprisingly, matched her knitted dress. We have remarkably similar tastes, Linda thought to herself, surprised. How are you? She said warmly.
Thank you. It was amazing, he responded.
Great. I'll leave you to watch the food. It should be ready in about 20 minutes. Now I'll go to the sauna myself, she said.
Yeah, I've already noticed that mind-blowing aroma,
Kevin exclaimed, inhaling the scent of the cooking dish. The evening passed quickly. After returning from the sauna and donning a terry robe, Linda put on her prepared dress and presented herself to Kevin.
You look marvellous, Linda.
Thank you, Kevin, she responded, blushing, and proceeded to set the dinner table. Kevin offered to spend the passing year with whiskey, and a bottle of champagne was waiting for the new year in the fridge. Linda was delighted to see Kevin enjoying the meal she had prepared. She, too, ate with pleasure. A surprising calmness filled her heart, perhaps due to the peaceful aura of their home and the bathing procedures washing away the day's anxieties and excitement. Linda, thank you for the delicious dinner. I've never eaten anything like it, and the meat is so juicy and tasty, Kevin marvelled. My wife always bought ready-made salads and semi-finished products so as not to bother herself in the kitchen. You know, my husband always ate without really tasting the food and never considered it necessary to say thanks. That's why I sincerely appreciate your praise. When the chimes began to mark the final seconds of the fading year, Kevin uncorked the champagne and filled their glasses. At the last chime, their glasses met with a crystal clink. Happy New Year, Linda. Happy New Year, Kevin. May it be a joyful one for you.
And may you find happiness too, Linda, he responded, looking directly into her.
They sipped champagne, enjoyed fruit and ice cream, and watched a New Year's Eve music program. The first night of the new year unfolded outside their window. Kevin, shall we step outside? Linda suggested. Let's go out, he cheerfully replied, rising from the table. And I have a present for you, she announced, as her guest was already dressed to leave. Linda pulled it from a dresser drawer. Kevin both looked confused and joyful. He eagerly unwrapped the package to find a pair of suede gloves, perfectly matching his sheepskin coat.
Strange. They look as if you chose them just for me, Kevin exclaimed.
Kevin, it wasn't me. It was Santa Claus who chose them, retorted Linda, laughing. I have a present for you too, Kevin said, and from the inner pocket of his coat he produced a box of perfume. Linda accepted the gift, albeit a little embarrassed. But you bought this for your wife, didn't you? She said hesitantly.
No, not me, but Santa Claus,
he replied, using her own words. I hope you like it. My wife never likes anything I gave her. Oh my God, Kevin, this is my favourite perfume. I've been using it for years, she exclaimed, still marvelling at the coincidence.
Well then, my joy is boundless. Congratulations.
Linda immediately opened the box and sprayed the perfume several times, enveloping herself in a cloud of fragrance. The room filled with a sensual floral and fruity scent. I really adore this perfume. Thank you, Kevin. It's unexpected and very pleasant. Kevin and Linda stepped outside, inhaling the fresh, frosty air. Upon reaching the main road, they saw fireworks lighting up the sky from all corners of the settlement. "This is my first time celebrating New Year's Eve at a summer house," Kevin expressed in awe. "I never would have thought it would be this great." "We all have a first time for everything," Linda said thoughtfully. "However, despite everything, I'm happy today, Linda," Kevin said, his voice ringing through the frosty air like the chime of ice shards. "And I feel very well today too, Kevin, and it's mostly to your credit. Thank you for being on this road yesterday, at what was not the most favourable hour for either of us." The charm of New Year's Eve night was irresistible, making them reluctant to go inside. Linda and Kevin stepped onto the veranda and, without turning on the light, admired the twinkling lights of the garland adorning the Christmas tree. "They say on New Year's Day wishes come true," Linda said mysteriously. "So we'll make wishes and let them come true."
"And they also say, with whom you meet the new year, with whom you spend it,"
said Kevin, looking at her slyly. "And I heard that an hour in the morning is worth two in the evening. If you like my sofa, it's waiting for you right now," Linda cheerfully replied.
"Of course, I prefer the owner of the sofa, but if she offered me only sofa, then so be it," thought Kevin to himself.
"Good night, Kevin," Linda said earnestly.
"Good night,"
Kevin responded in the same tone. With a simultaneous sigh, they entered the house and went to their rooms. "I'll be fine, and who knows, maybe Kevin and I really will spend this year together," Linda thought, wrapping herself in a blanket and smiling gently, fell asleep.
"I will still make a wish, because tonight is a wonderful night, and everything surely will come true,"
thought Kevin, and with a dreamy smile on his face closed his eyes, remembering Linda's beautiful eyes.
"Nina, get ready quickly, please."
Scott hurried his wife.
"We'll be late."
5 more minutes, darling," shouted the woman from the bedroom. "Why don't you tell me where we're going in such a hurry?"
"I'll tell you everything on the spot,"
Scott said, appearing in the doorway. "I hope it's a pleasant surprise," Nina said, finally finishing her hairdo. "That's it, I'm ready." She smiled at her husband and kissed him gently on the cheek. Since the morning, Scott had intrigued her. It was their day off and Nina had planned to rest. But when she woke up, Scott informed her that they had important business to attend to. No matter how much she tried to get details from him, her husband only smiled enigmatically. Over the years of living together, Nina learned that questioning her spouse was futile. If he planned a surprise, she had to patiently wait for it. This time, however, Scott seemed visibly worried, which greatly concerned Nina. All she knew was that they had to go outside the city. The car smoothly glided along the highway, merging with the flow of traffic. Many people were heading to their country houses, since the summer was in full swing. "How long is the ride?" the woman inquired of her husband. "About 20 minutes, Scott smiled. "I'll take a nap, since you were in such a hurry that I didn't even have an opportunity to drink coffee this morning." "Sure, go ahead and sleep. I'll wake you up when we get there." Scott turned down the music, and Nina covered her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, she fell into a dream. She dreamed of some children, demanding to play ball with them. It was red and deflated for some reason. Nina obediently played it with the children, while some girls were singing a sad song. Nina could not understand the words, but the melody was familiar to her. Suddenly she woke up to a violent rumble, and she was jolted from her seat. Everything was spinning around her. There was a sharp pain in her face, as if 1,000 needles were pricking her. The pain was unbearable, and Nina screamed, trying to cover her face with her hands. The last thing Nina saw, before losing consciousness, was blood on her palms. When Nina regained consciousness, She didn't immediately realise where she was. Sunlight was bouncing off the pale blue walls, and a pleasant breeze was coming in through the window. A monotonous beeping sound came from the side. Nina tried to turn her head, but her body wouldn't respond. As she attempted to bring her hand to her face, she noticed a rope-like tube attached to her wrist. Upon closer inspection, Nina realised it was an IV tube. "I'm in the hospital," she guessed. "But why? Scott and I were going somewhere, and then... God, where is Scott?" Nina tried to sit up, but her body felt heavy, as if it was being weighed down. She attempted to call out to someone, but her lips were dry. Suddenly, the door to the ward opened, and a woman in a pale pink medical suit entered the room. Seeing that Nina was lying with her eyes open and staring at her intently, the nurse called the doctor. A few minutes later, the doctor came into the ward and sat down in a chair next to the bed. "Nina," she said calmly, "can you hear me?" Nina nodded. "Very well. Do you realise where you are?" Nina nodded again. "So, do you remember what happened?" This time, Nina tried to shake her head negatively, but her neck wouldn't turn. "Don't turn your head. There's a special corset on your neck. You can't take it off yet. You were in an accident 3 days ago and have been in the hospital since then. My name is Dr. Hodges. I'm your attending physician. For 2 days, you were in intensive care. Yesterday, you were transferred to the ward. You have a severe concussion, a fractured left arm, and multiple bruises. But the crisis is over now." "My husband," the woman whispered. "Where is he?" "I can't tell you that right now. I need to clarify." Dr. Hodges suddenly became embarrassed. "I will come to you a little later. For now, rest." What's going on? Thought Nina. I need to find out about Scott as soon as possible. Nina tried to get up again, but nothing happened. Her body was pierced by a sharp pain when she raised herself on one arm. At that moment, a nurse entered the room. Seeing that the patient was trying to get up, she immediately rushed to her. "What are you doing? You can't get up. You have to lie down for a few more days. Here you are. Drink it." The nurse handed her a bottle of water with a tube sticking out of it. Nina greedily sipped water through the tube. Once she had finished, the woman leaned back on the pillow. "Tell me the truth," she said slowly. "Where is my husband?" "To tell you the truth, I don't know. What's his full name?" The nurse was interested. Her eyes read a sincere desire to help Nina, mixed with pity. "Scott Lugano," Nina said in syllables. "Frankly speaking, we don't seem to have anyone by that name in the department. He might still be in intensive care. I will check. Meanwhile, you just lie down and rest. It's better not to move at all." The nurse left the room, leaving Nina alone. Gradually, her eyes began to slip, and Nina fell asleep. She woke up to the muffled clatter of heels on the floor. Nina opened her eyes and saw Dr. Hodges in front of her. "Doctor, can you tell me how long I've been sleeping? I have no idea what time it is," Nina asked. "It's been 24 hours since we last spoke. Don't be frightened, it's normal. You're being given large doses of painkillers. These medicines make you very drowsy, but sleep is important now. Your body recovers faster." "Tell me, did you find out about my husband?" "I just came on shift. I haven't checked yet, I'm sorry." Dr. Hodges walked quickly towards the door. At that moment, the same nurse appeared in the doorway, rolling a metal gurney with lunch in front of her. "Eat is served," she announced, and the doctor left the ward. Nina's eyes lit up. "Did you find out about my husband?" "Lunch first? The chicken soup is delicious today." "Honestly, I don't feel like it," Nina stammered. "Here you are. I've poured it in a glass with a tube. Just drink it." Nina reluctantly took a sip of the broth. It was actually very good. The woman herself didn't notice how she emptied the glass. Well done, the nurse praised. Do you want more? No, thank you, Nina protested. Tell me, is there any news? Nina, I don't even know if I have the right to tell you. The nurse crumpled, but finally continued. Scott Logano died in the accident on the spot. Everything inside Nina went cold. No, she trembled. There must be some mistake. Unfortunately, there is no mistake. The nurse shook her head. I've checked everything. You were in the same car. I'm sorry for your loss. For a minute, Nina refused to take in what she was hearing. She sat motionless, not even blinking, but at some point the woman began to sob, her whole body shaking. Nina's screams were so loud that they attracted the attention of Dr. Hodges. Seeing the sobbing Nina and confused nurse, she immediately realized what had happened. Nina was given a sedative shot, and after a minute, the sobs subsided. Nina sincerely loved Scott. They lived together for a little over 10 years. Of course, during this time, various things happened, but their life was happy. And now she was alone, because a split second decided their fate. Back then, an SUV suddenly jumped from the oncoming traffic and crashed right into the driver's door of their car. Scott died on the spot. Nina was saved by her seatbelt. Their car overturned, flew over the road fence, and fell into the ditch. When Nina was finally discharged from the hospital and stepped over the threshold of her house, she was greeted with oppressive silence. The woman took off her shoes and walked on shaky legs to the bedroom. She automatically changed her clothes. Nina tried to make herself some tea, but immediately she was hit by a wave of memories of the last time she and Scott had tea together. She left the cup on the table untouched. They had no children. Nina underwent an operation in her youth, forever depriving her of the opportunity to become a mother. But Scott was always by her side, and he did everything possible so that his beloved wife did not feel inferior. Nina didn't want the child from the orphanage because it was critical for her to have a kinship with the baby. Gradually, she got used to her fate and learned to find other joys in life. She threw herself into her work. With a degree in biotechnology, she had been working for a pharmaceutical company for many years. Exhausted, Nina fell asleep on the sofa and had a strange dream again. In the dream, children demanded she play ball with them, but she couldn't because of her neck brace. One persistent girl begged Nina to take her with her, clinging tightly to her skirt. Nina tried to free herself, but the girl's fingers firmly gripped the fabric. Eventually, Nina broke free and fell into a hole, surrounded by dusty stacks of books, notebooks, and children's toys. She could see her husband's handwriting on the notebook covers, but couldn't read them. And then she woke up with a shriek. "What a horror!" the woman muttered, opening her eyes and looking at the ceiling. "Why, those children again! I've seen them and that ball before." After a few minutes, Nina got up from the couch. In the morning, the apartment no longer seemed so inhospitable to her. It seemed that Scott simply went to work, leaving his wife alone. 2 weeks had passed since Nina returned home, and she was gradually recovering. She started seeing a psychologist to help her cope with the loss of her beloved. One day, her mother, Sarah, visited her, and she was overjoyed to see her daughter in relatively good spirits. "Nina," Sarah joyfully hugged her daughter, "I see the blush has returned to your cheek." "Is it noticeable?" Nina blushed and felt a bit ashamed for some reason. "Did you see a psychologist today?" "Yes, Mum. It was the 4th session. It's really helping. I never realized that a simple conversation could be so relieving. Of course, I will never forget Scott, but at least now I don't expect him to come back, or I don't flinch at the sound of footsteps outside the front door." "It's okay, daughter. Everything will work out. What you've been through is something no one should experience, but you're alive, thank God. That's the most important thing. Now you just need to find the strength to keep going." "I know, Mum." Nina clung to her mother and cried. "I don't know what to do. I try to let go, but as soon as I see his picture or his things in the closet, I get overwhelmed. I can't control myself." "Nina," Sarah said affectionately, "why don't you start going through his things? I know it hasn't been much time, but you can't torture yourself like this. He doesn't need all of it, and you don't need it either. Keep only the things that Scott truly cared about, and give away the rest. You'll feel better that way. Do you want me to help you?" "I think you're right, but I want to do it myself," Nina said after a moment of thought. "I won't start work for another week, so I think I'll begin tomorrow." "Oh, baby, you've always been like this since you were a little girl, wanting to do everything yourself. Well, I won't insist, but if I were you, I wouldn't postpone it. Trust me, you'll feel more at peace once you've sorted everything out." As promised, the next day, Nina began sorting through Scott's belongings. She started by packing all his clothes into her bag, leaving only a few t-shirts for herself. Each item brought back a flood of memories, but Nina managed to cope with her emotions. She decided to leave her husband's favourite vinyl player and collection of rare records untouched. Scott was a music lover, and he even managed to introduce Nina to his hobby. Nina decided to put frames with photos away in the storeroom, except for one that captured her and Scott on the beach in Phuket. It was a trip they took 5 years after their wedding, a time when they felt like the world belonged to them, and nothing could interfere with their happiness. Nina rarely ventured into the storeroom. This small room had once served as Scott's mini workshop for building model sailboats. Although he had abandoned the hobby years ago, many of the models remained. As Nina looked at the ships on the shelves, she gently ran her hand over their dusty sides. Aside from the model sailing ships, there were numerous other items. In one corner there were big boxes whose contents had yet to be explored. The storeroom also contained lamps, toolboxes, and various other items that Nina had never known existed. After a brief pause, Nina decided to examine the contents of the boxes. She struggled to lift the top one and brought it into the living room. It was filled with specialized literature that Scott must have studied during his time at the technical college. The second and largest box was surprisingly light compared to the first. Nina easily lifted it, assuming it was empty. Contrary to her expectations, inside were several notebooks, causing Nina to shudder. "Oh no," she whispered, "just like in that dream, but without any handwritten labels." Carefully taking the first notebook in her hand, Nina opened it. The pages were filled with Scott's familiar handwriting. At first it seemed to Nina that her husband kept here notes left from his student days. All but one of the notebooks turned out to be such. However, after reading the first entry in the remaining notebook, Nina realized that it was her late husband's diary. "I never imagined that Scott would be sentimental enough to keep diaries," she thought. "I don't even know if I have the right to read its contents. On the other hand, what if there's something interesting in them? I think I should still read them." Struggling with herself, Nina opened the notebook. The entries were numbered, totaling 33. It was unclear which period they belonged to, as there were no dates. Putting the notebook aside, Nina decided to familiarize herself with its contents later. For now, she needed to resist her curiosity and continue cleaning up. As she sorted through the remaining belongings, the living room grew noticeably darker. "Wow," she marveled, "I've been in the storeroom all day. Now I need to have dinner." After dinner, Nina settled more comfortably on the sofa and opened her notebook. Entry number 1. "I don't know why I'm writing all of this, but perhaps this diary is my only reliable confidant. I can no longer keep to myself what I've been facing lately. My name is Scott, and I'm 37 years old. I cannot complain about life, I have almost everything for happiness. A beloved wife, a great job, and faithful friends. But what happened a week ago knocked me out of my routine. No one knows about it, not even my wife Nina, from whom I used to hide nothing, but I honestly don't know how she'll feel about it. The thing is that I had a girlfriend with whom I had lived for 3 years. We were even planning to get married. However, one day Diana packed her things, and when I got home from work, all I found was a note saying she had to leave. I never saw her again. Even attempt to contact her failed. As her mother had said, Diana found happiness with another man. I had to go on living, but it was difficult. I went back to work and then I met Nina. But as it turns out, the past doesn't let go so easily. I recently received a call from an old friend of Diana's. What she said shocked me, and now I'm in a desperate situation. Entry number 2. I had to cut short the previous entry. Nina came home early and I didn't have an opportunity to finish it. I don't want to tell her yet. I don't know how she'll react. It's not a very pleasant subject for her. Anyway, I didn't expect Valerie, a friend of my ex-girlfriend's, to call me. I hadn't seen her since Diana left, which was 9 years ago, by the way. Valerie said that Diana died, and her parents had passed away a couple of years before her. She suffered greatly from the loss of her dear parents, and her health was badly affected by stress, leading to heart failure. It turns out that you can die from a heart attack at your 30s. But the worst part is something else. Diana had a daughter. The daughter was only 4 years old when she lost her mother. She never even had a father. When she was born, Diana separated from her husband because he used to abuse her, even during pregnancy. She couldn't bear it anymore, so she went to her parents, and everything seemed fine. But then they died, and she couldn't cope. Long story short, the girl was placed into the orphanage. Valerie herself had 3 young children, and they barely had enough means to live, so it was out of the question to take the girl to her family. No one would let this happen. Besides, the little girl had difficult character. After her mother's death, she withdrew into herself, was rude to adults and could even bite. She became completely uncontrollable and wild. Valerie visited her often in the orphanage, bringing new clothes, toys and sweets, but the girl became less and less responsive. Entry number 3. Once again, I had to stop yesterday. I felt that Nina will catch me with this notebook one day and cause a scene, but I just can't tell her yet. One day when the time comes, but for now, unfortunately, I can only pour out my soul on paper. So, when Valerie told me all of this, I was at a loss. I didn't understand why I had to know all of this. The child is not mine, and I haven't had any contact with her mother for a long time, but something inside me was touched. Then Valerie asked to buy the girl some things. She herself was broke. I did everything, I don't know. Probably it was a pang of compassion, a memory of old feelings. When I arrived at Valerie's house, I learned that one of her sons was ill, preventing her from going to the orphanage herself. She asked me to deliver the items myself. At that time, Nina was away on a business trip. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal to go to the countryside and deliver the items to the orphanage. As I drove, my mind began to conjure up terrible images. I imagined a grey institution with peeling paint on the walls, and children dressed in worn-out clothes with empty eyes. I also pictured caretakers with sorrowful expressions. However, when I arrived at the small brick building nestled among golden maple leaves, I was pleasantly surprised. The yard was clean and well maintained, and the children, neatly dressed, were playing on a well-equipped playground. The inside of the building was even better. The rooms were well maintained and furnished with care. As I entered the principal's office, a kind woman greeted me. She introduced herself as Mrs. Sanchez and listened to me as I explained that this time, instead of Valerie, I had brought some presents for the girl.
Then she asked me if I wanted to see the girl. I don't know why, but I said yes. Perhaps curiosity got the best of me, as I wanted to see what the daughter of the woman I had once loved looked like. I didn't engage in a conversation with the girl. Instead, I silently observed her playing alone in a corner with a toy. The principal sighed and remarked that the girl rarely played with the other kids. Honestly, I don't know what to do with her. Alicia needs love, but can we provide it for her? Our attempts to place her with a family have failed, because as soon as she realizes that these people are strangers to her, she resists. I used to believe that 4 years old is the ideal age for a child to adapt to a new environment. After that, it becomes more difficult. But Alicia is a special case. At such a young age, her character is already formed. I didn't know what to say, but I felt an overwhelming sense of pity for this girl. Perhaps it reminded me of my own lonely days in kindergarten, where I sat alone because I didn't connect with my peers and had no friends. The teachers didn't bother to address it. They were satisfied as long as I sat silently and played without causing any trouble. I started the conversation again, asking Mrs. Sanchez if there was anything I could do to help Alethea. I mentioned that I had some money, although not much, and could periodically bring her things she needed. The principal responded, "What's the use of these things? I'm telling you, Alicia needs love, a family. We have sufficient funding, and the children lack nothing. Of course you can buy something on your own initiative, but—" I interrupted her, explaining, "You see, I want to help this little girl specifically. Her mother and I once had sincere feelings for each other, but life doesn't always go according to plan." "So you're her father, then?" the principal marvelled. "No, her mother and I split up almost 10 years ago. I haven't seen her since." "Tell me, are you married?" the principal suddenly asked. "Yes, I am married." "And do you have children?" "No, we don't have any children, and we can't have any. My wife is infertile." "Have you considered adopting a child?" "I have, personally, but my wife, well, it's a very complicated situation. She wouldn't be able to take in another girl." "I see." Mrs. Sanchez pondered for a moment. "Something tells me that you would have been able to bond with Alicia. She is a good girl, intelligent and understanding, but not everyone is willing to accept her. It requires patience. Why don't you visit her occasionally, at least?" "But my wife, I don't think she would be happy about that." "Please get to know Alicia first, and then bring your wife here. You can always change a woman's mind, but saving a child is a once-in-a-lifetime chance." "Okay, I'll think about it." Nina couldn't read any further. She was shocked to discover that her husband had been keeping something from her. It turned out that he had been deceiving her, even though the lie seemed relatively innocent. Why didn't he tell me anything? She wondered. Did he think I'd be so callous as to judge him? I should read the whole thing, in case there's an explanation. Her eyes were falling asleep. No matter how curious Nina was about what Scott had written next, she decided to sleep, so that tomorrow she could continue to uncover the mystery of her late husband with a clear head. In the morning, Nina was awakened by the intercom bell. She wasn't expecting anyone, so she didn't even get up, but the caller was persistent. The woman scowled and went to open the door. "Who's there?" she asked in a sleepy voice. "Nina, well, finally, open up. Are you asleep? It's me, Monica." Nina pressed the button and let her friend into the apartment. She had known Monica for years. They had shared all their joys and sorrows when they were students. Monica was anxious about her friend, so she felt obliged to support her in everything. "Oh, you made me to worry about you," Monica said cheerfully. "I have been calling all the morning, and there was only silence on my phone. I thought, God forbid what happened, and that's why I came straight away." "I was asleep," Nina shrugged guiltily. "I went to bed late last night, and the sound was off on my phone." Monica walked confidently into the kitchen.
So I brought you some fruit and cakes. You probably haven't eaten anything again. Oh, stop worrying about me. And by the way, if I wanted to starve, my mum wouldn't let me do it. Yes, your mum is a brilliant and wise woman. How are you doing? I can't say that I'm doing well, but I'm not doing too badly either. Yesterday I sorted out Scott's belongings. Mum said it would make things easier. And how did it help? What can I say? I found something. I don't know what to think. Something interesting? Monica's eyes rounded. A diary. Oh, come on! Monica's eyes lit up. Have you read it already, or not? I started yesterday, but I fell asleep. You know, I think it says something important. I don't know how to react yet. I have to finish it. I'll tell you everything later. Deal. Monica squinted her eyes. Just try to hide from me if it turns out that Scott was the crown prince of some European power. Nina smiled. She liked her friend very much for her endless optimism and unobtrusiveness. It was this that had helped them communicate over the years. Always cheerful, Monica knew how to raise the mood of the interlocutor, even if she was in a critical condition. Why don't we go shopping today? You have to go to work soon, then you won't have time. At least it'll take your mind off things. Maybe we should, Nina thought. She really wanted to go out. She hadn't been out for weeks. By evening, Nina returned home. Even though she was tired from trying to keep up with Monica, who was diving from one shop to another, the day had been fun. After shopping in the malls, they drank hot chocolate in a cosy coffee shop and chatted a bit. Nina felt a sense of relief. Of course, her wound had not healed, but now at least she could breathe more freely. She didn't feel like eating, so she made herself comfortable on the couch and turned on a TV series. It was hard for her to keep up with the plot, because thoughts of the past kept popping up in her head. Diary, Nina suddenly remembered. It's even strange that I completely forgot about it. With all this fuss in the stores, you'll forget about everything in the world. I have to continue reading it right away. Nina went to the bedroom to get a notebook and continued reading her husband's notes. Entry number 4. Today I went to see Alicia. Honestly, I had no idea how to communicate with children. I grew up alone in my family. I didn't have many childhood friends, and Nina and I don't have any children of our own. I was so scared to go meet this girl. I bought a doll. The saleswoman offered some big-headed monsters with skinny bodies and bright makeup, assuring me that all girls now play with them. But somehow I didn't believe her. No normal girl could be a fan of this stuff. I headed for the department with collectible porcelain dolls. Nina had one like that since her childhood. I thought that Alicia would like it too. And so with this doll in a box, I went to meet the little girl. She sat in the corner just like last time, singing a song. When I approached and greeted her, the girl didn't even look up. So I sat beside her and observed. At one point, she became distracted and looked directly into my eyes. "Who are you?" she asked in a serious tone. I never expected such intonation from a 4-year-old girl. "My name is Scott. And you?" "Alicia," the little girl replied sadly. "Do you want to be my daddy?" I didn't know what to say. I knew that Alicia had been through multiple adoption attempts before. She had met potential parents more than once, but I had no intention of becoming her father. So I decided to be completely honest. "No, it's just that I used to know your mum very well, and now I want to meet you. Aunt Valerie told me about you." Upon hearing familiar names, the girl perked up a bit, a sparkle appearing in her large eyes. Suddenly, she noticed a box with a doll that I was holding on my lap. "Oh, is this for me?" she asked, and I handed her the gift. "Of course. I'm not sure if you'll like the doll or not, because I'm not good at choosing. Here you go." Alicia accepted the box and carefully opened it. With delicate movements she took out the doll. A look of admiration appeared on her face. "It's so beautiful," she exclaimed breathlessly.
Is this doll mine now?
Do you like it? Honestly, I thought you liked cars, since you play with them all the time.
No, Alicia replied. It's just that the other kids always take apart all the toys, and I play with what's left. But I won't give this doll to anyone.
Don't worry, it's only yours. No one will take it away.
Thank you,
Alicia whispered, hugging the doll to her chest. I guess we should give her a name.
A name?
Yes, a name. She can't be without one, can she? Alicia gazed at the doll's beautiful face for a long time. The small green eyes looked so real.
Nina,
the girl said softly. I felt like I was being electrocuted. Nina was a common name, and it wasn't surprising that the girl chose it, but it matched my wife's name. Call the doll whatever you like, Alicia. I'm sorry, I have to go, I said, unable to collect my thoughts.
Are you coming back?
The little girl suddenly asked. Sure, if you like. I can come every week.
I would be happy,
the little girl said quietly. We said our goodbyes and I left. I don't know what strings this child had struck inside me, but I really wanted to see her again. Nina distracted from the notebook. She was overcome by strange emotions. I wonder, she thought. There are no dates mentioned anywhere here. Where is this girl now? Scott mentions my business trips, but they happen quite frequently, so it's difficult to determine the timeline. Why didn't he write down the dates? Well, I have to keep reading, in case there are any details. Entry number 5. I started visiting Alicia regularly. I won't describe everything here, but I will say that over 3 months the little girl and I became very close. Saying goodbye to her became increasingly difficult each time. I could see how Alicia had grown attached to me, and I noticed tears in her eyes when I left, no matter how hard she tried to hide them. Mrs. Sanchez spoke to me today. She believes it's time to tell Nina about the baby. This woman also sees that Alicia and I have developed a bond. Honestly, I would like to adopt her, but how do I tell Nina? I think she would be furious. I vividly remember our conversation about foster children. I don't want to argue with her by bringing up an unpleasant topic, but I can no longer bear to hide Alicia. I want to play a real part in this girl's life. It brings me immense joy to see her running towards me, holding the doll Nina close to her chest, smiling and talking. The contrast with the girl I first spoke to is striking. The principal was right. This child only needs love. That's all she has ever truly had. Entry number 6. Yesterday I tried to talk to Nina about the child. It must have been so foolish of me. We were strolling around town, and I kept pointing out mothers with kids to her. I told her it would be nice to adopt a child from the orphanage. She looked at me in that way, and I was ready to disappear from the earth. Now I have no idea how to tell her about Alicia. Entry 7. We're going on vacation. I visited Alicia today and informed her that I'd be away for a while. She seemed upset, though she didn't show it outwardly. I'm starting to understand her. It's a very peculiar feeling. And then the girl asked me about my wife. Why doesn't your wife ever come with you? It's difficult to explain, baby. She is a very kind person, but she doesn't like children. What makes you say that? Mummy didn't like children. She often told me she didn't need me, and I loved her very, very much. That's not true, honey. Mummy loved you very much. Sometimes adults don't tell the truth to their loved ones. They're scared and confused, and everything around them seems strange and unnecessary. Your mum has been through a lot, so you should never doubt her love. She's watching over you right now, and she's happy to see you smile. I'm sad without her. Tears welled up in Alicia's eyes. Alicia, sadness doesn't last forever. Life is organized in such a way that the bad things fade away and the good things stay in your heart forever. Someday
you will have a new mum, who will love you more than anything else in the world. The important thing is to believe and wait. Why can't you take me with you? That was the question I feared the most. I didn't know how to answer in a way that the girl would understand. I had to lie to her about work. It was the stupidest decision of my life. She sensed it. I knew I was an idiot, and her trust was already shattered. So, Nina said out loud, we went on vacation about a year ago, and also 6 months ago. Before that we hadn't gone anywhere for a couple of years. That's something to consider. Entry number 8. Visited Alicia again today. It's been almost a month since I last went to her place, and our last parting didn't go well. I brought her a bag full of treats, but the girl seemed distant. I tried to get her to talk to me, but it was as if she were lost in her own thoughts. Mrs. Sanchez said she just needed time. I left feeling completely frustrated. Entry number 9. It seems Alicia has forgiven me. Today she was happy to see me, and even hugged me when we met. We talked for a long time. I was amazed at how much wisdom this little being possesses. Not every adult understands life the way this girl does. I don't know what to do. I have become very attached to her. Maybe I should talk to Nina somehow. I can't bear to keep everything a secret. Even if she refuses to adopt, there's nothing wrong with simply knowing her. The subsequent entries describe Scott's further visits to the orphanage. Nina cried as she read all of this. She felt sorry for the girl, for her husband, and for herself. When she reached the last few notes, she found it difficult to continue. She closed the notebook and sat for a long time, trying to process the information. No, I need to finish reading until the end. So, Scott has visited this Alicia for a whole year. How could he hide all of this from me? The woman exclaimed indignantly. Wouldn't I have understood? It turns out he didn't know me very well. With trembling hands she turned the pages of the notebook to the last ones. Entry number 32. Alicia has grown noticeably. I've been visiting her for almost a year now. Today was her birthday, and I brought balloons, a cake, and a bear. It was nice to see her share the cake with the other kids. Mrs. Sanchez mentioned that Alicia has become more sociable since I started visiting her. She has even made friends with several children. I wish I could give her a different gift, but unfortunately that's not possible. The more I try to hide my almost daughter from Nina, the harder it becomes to confess. When it was time to leave, Alicia grabbed onto my pants and I couldn't free my leg. She stood there crying, and I couldn't help but cry too. I was ready to take her with me and never come back, but I still haven't told anything to my wife. Entry number 33. I've decided. I've realised that Alicia has to live with us. I'm sure that Nina will love her like her own child. I could, and she would be able. Of course, it will be challenging, but we'll manage somehow. Next weekend, I'll take her to the orphanage. I already promised to bring Nina along. I need to be more decisive. That was the last entry. Nina sat in a daze, realising where they had gone on that fateful day. Oh my God. A sudden thought pierced through her mind. So Scott hasn't visited this child for over a month, and during his last visit, he promised that he would soon visit her with me. Poor girl, I can't imagine how she feels now. Nina couldn't sleep for a long time. She decided to go to the orphanage and see the girl. But how? She didn't know the address of the institution or the girl's last name. She eventually fell asleep and had a dream. Once again, she was surrounded by children, demanding to play ball with them. Then she felt a small hand tugging at the edge of her skirt. Nina looked down and saw a crying girl with pleading eyes. The girl was softly singing, but Nina couldn't remember where she had heard that tune before. She woke up in a sweat. It was still dark and the clock read 6:30 in the morning. After tossing and turning in bed for half an hour, she got up and made coffee. The hot, strong drink helped clear away the remnants of sleep. Nina was determined. She called Monica, knowing her friend would help with a plan. "Nina, are you okay? Is everything all right? Do you know what time it is?" "It's Saturday," Monica grumbled into the phone. "This is urgent," Nina replied, sounding worried. "Remember I told you about the diary I found among Scott's old things? Please come over right now. It's very urgent, and only you can help me." "All right, if it's that important, I'll come," Monica said, and 2 hours later she was already sitting in Nina's living room and listening to her story. She was extremely surprised by what her friend had told her. She never imagined that Scott could keep such a secret. "So what do we do now?" Monica asked. "I don't know. All I know is that we need to find Alicia urgently." "And are you going to adopt her?" "I don't know what I'm going to do. All I know is that the girl is all alone now. She doesn't know Scott is gone, but she's still waiting for him and me. Can you imagine what will happen to her when she realizes he's not coming back? She'll feel betrayed. I have to tell her the truth." "She's just a child, Nina. Don't do anything rash." "Yes, she's just a child, but I don't want her to be forever disappointed in people because of a terrible accident. She already lost her mother once, and Scott helped her through it. But now it's much more complicated. I have to help her accept reality. You know? I have to do it, if only for Scott's sake. That girl meant a lot to him, and I found this notebook and these dreams for a reason." "Which dreams? You haven't mentioned anything about dreams," Monica asked, surprised, and when Nina told her everything, she added, "Well, now we should definitely find that girl, if only to prevent you from going crazy." "Thank you, Monica," Nina said, hugging her friend. "You know what? Let's try to find this orphanage. You should remember the general direction you are heading, and we can search for all the orphanages in the city," Monica suggested, opening the laptop. "Look, there aren't that many, and this is where the accident happened." Nina flinched as she looked at the point on the map that Monica had indicated. "Oh, I'm sorry, darling." "It's okay," Nina reassured her. "Instead, let's look for orphanages located about 10 to 30 kilometers away from here. Before I fell asleep, Scott told me that it wouldn't be a long drive, about 20 minutes on the highway." "Got it." Monica nodded and continued her search. "Look, this place fits all the parameters." "Good," Nina suddenly exclaimed. "Oh, by the way, I remember the name of the principal of that orphanage, Mrs. Sanchez. Let's check the website. There should be contact information for the management." "Good job remembering. Here, I found it. Helen, Mrs. Sanchez, the principal. It all adds up. Let's get ready now and go, or we'll spend ages in traffic jams." An hour later, the two women were standing in front of the orphanage. The 2-story brick building, just as Scott had described it, looked quite decent. Behind a tall wrought-iron fence stood a row of yellowed maple trees. Chrysanthemums bloomed in the flower beds, and a group of children played in the colourful playground. With a pounding heart, Nina walked towards the building. "What am I going to say?" the woman thought. "Why did I come here in the first place? Just to see the girl? I doubt she'll be happy to see me. I should have just called." But in spite of all her hesitation, Nina entered the principal's office. Behind the desk sat a plump, friendly-looking woman in a formal suit. "Good morning. Sorry I didn't call in advance. I have a delicate matter to discuss." "Come in, have a seat." The principal smiled. "Things are delicate around here. I don't think you'll surprise me." "My name is Nina." Nina introduced herself, sitting down in a chair. "Mrs. Sanchez, my husband used to come here often." "Yes, he used to come to her, but he hasn't been here for about 2 months. I tried to call him, but his phone wasn't answering. It worries me that he's disappeared so suddenly. He promised Alicia he'd come." "Mrs. Sanchez, my husband is not coming anymore." Nina lowered her eyes. He's dead." "How?" The principal splashed her hands. "What happened?" "He died in an accident. A month and a half ago. We drove here together, but on the way, an SUV crashed into our car. I spent a lot of time in the hospital. I couldn't even go to the funeral. You know, I didn't know anything. Even when he drove me here, he didn't tell me. He wanted to surprise me. I found his diary, and there he described everything about the orphanage, about Alicia. Honestly, I don't know why I came here. When I read his notes, I was so angry that he didn't tell me anything. He thought I'd forbid him to see the girl. He and I had discussed adoption many times, but I was severe against it. I don't even know why, but I always wanted to have a child of my own. Since I realized that it was impossible, I just preferred not to think about it at all, so as not to suffer once again. But, so, I understand correctly, you want to meet Alicia. I don't know. I just wanted her to know that Scott didn't betray her. As far as I know, Alicia is a very sensitive and withdrawn girl who is very emotional. I can imagine how hard it is for her to wait for another weekend and realize that Scott didn't come again. You're right, the principal sighed. Alicia has withdrawn into herself again. She doesn't talk to anyone. She hardly eats anything. It hurts me unbearably to see her like this. Of course, a psychologist works with the girl all the time, but even a specialist can't get a word out of her. The little girl needs love. Yes, Scott wrote about it. Look, of course, I'll pass on your words to her, but I'm afraid the girl just can't take it. She has already survived the death of her mother for a year. She became very attached to Scott. I can't imagine how she'll react to the news of his death. At best, the girl just won't believe it, or will continue to wait for him. At worst... Can I see her? I'm not a psychologist, but I'd like to tell her myself, especially since this time she was waiting for me and Scott. All right, Mrs. Sanchez agreed after some thought. I will take you to her, but I beg you, be very delicate. The child is difficult. If anything, call at once. The woman left the offices, heading for the playroom on the second floor. The room was empty. It was lunchtime now, and the children had gone to the dining room. There, look, the principal whispered. She didn't even go to lunch, sitting in her corner, poor thing. We tried to force her at one time, but it's no use. She sometimes goes to the nurse and asks for her own food. They always leave a portion for her in the kitchen. Well, go on. Call me if you need anything. The psychologist is in the next room, this door right here. God willing, Nina sighed, and she stepped into the room. She slowly made her way towards Alicia. The girl didn't even look up. She was sitting quietly on the floor, holding a beautiful porcelain doll in her hands. Hello, Nina said. What a beautiful doll you have. I had one just like it when I was a child. I loved to brush her hair very much, and my mother was always swearing that I would break it. The girl didn't answer. She didn't even look at Nina, continuing to play quietly with the doll. My doll's name was Angela. I don't know why I named her that. What's yours? Nina, the girl answered quietly. Nina? That's my name too. Really? Alicia wondered, finally giving her companion a glance. Yes, if you can read, I can show you my passport. I believe so, said the girl, and I can't read yet. That could be easily fixed, Nina smiled. Do you want me to teach you? To read? The girl wondered. What's the big deal? You'll have to sooner or later anyway. I can come to you. We'll read books together. Whatever you like. I don't know, Alicia sighed. Mrs. Morgan sometimes reads fairy tales before quiet time. Some I like. The one about Little Red Riding Hood. That's a good fairy tale, Nina smiled. Let's do it this way. Tomorrow I'll bring you a big book of fairy tales. Together we'll choose which one we'll start with. Will there be pictures? Alicia asked. She was still trying not to look at Nina, but the woman had already noticed that the girl was interested. Of course there will be. What kind of book is a book without pictures? I like pictures. I even draw them myself sometimes, but I'm not very good at it. You're just a little girl. You'll learn. When you grow up, you'll be able to draw pictures for children's books, and other kids will be happy. Wouldn't that be great? For a while they sat in silence. Nina did not know how to start talking about Scott. Alicia, Nina began, why do you sit all alone? Don't you have any friends? It's more interesting to play together. I don't need anyone, pouted the girl's lips. They're all mean and stupid. What do you mean? Nina did not expect such an answer from a 5-year-old girl. Do they hurt you here? No, Alicia said, shaking her head. Everyone is friendly here, but I don't want to be with them. They make fun of me. Why is that? Because no one wants me. Nina's heart ached. It was painful to hear such a despairing conclusion from a child. It can't be true that such a beautiful, intelligent girl isn't wanted by anyone. My mum died and I was brought here. Then other adults came and played with me, laughed and then disappeared. Even Scott forgot about me. That's it, Nina thought. The girl half mentioned him. I can't miss this opportunity, but I have to be careful. Who is Scott? The woman asked softly. He's a kind man. We were friends. He used to come on weekends bringing me toys and sweets. But I didn't really need them. I just enjoyed talking to him. He was so funny. And then he stopped coming. He didn't need me either. Did you ever think that something might have happened? Sometimes things can happen that a person doesn't expect, and they can't control it, no matter how much they want to. I guess his wife told him not to come and see me anymore. Scott said she was nice, but I think she's mean. She's the reason he wouldn't take me away from here. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. Wait, Nina gently wiped away a tear on the child's cheek with her sleeve. You shouldn't think like that. You said Scott was your friend, and friends don't lie. If he said his wife was nice, she probably was. Why would he lie to you? Then why doesn't he come? He forgot about me, just like the others. He doesn't need me. Alicia sobbed openly. Honey, don't cry. She stroked the girl's head. I need to tell you something, but I need you to listen calmly. Alicia, Scott hasn't forgotten about you. He loved you very much, like his own daughter. He was going to bring you to his house, and his wife agreed. But unfortunately, he can never come to you again. He got in a car accident. He was on his way here to see you, to introduce you to his wife. But fate took a different course. How do you know? The little girl asked. Or are you deceiving me too? Alicia, Scott was my husband. I'm that mean woman who didn't want to meet you, because I was a fool. But now everything will be different. You are very dear to Scott, which means you're dear to me too. Alicia stood in complete indecision, clutching the most precious thing to her chest, a doll given by Scott. She calmly accepted the news of her friend's death, perhaps because she had already faced the death of a loved one. Dear, Nina turned to her again. I don't know if I can be a friend to you, but I would like it very much. And if you like me, I will certainly take you with me. Nina herself did not know why she said this, but these words were sincere and came from the heart. The woman did not want to deceive this girl, and if she wanted to, she would take her with her. Alicia didn't answer. Alicia, I have to go now, but I'll be back tomorrow and bring you the picture book I promised you. Okay? Alicia didn't say anything. Nina sat with her for a few more minutes, but it was time to go. She got up and walked towards the exit. Goodbye, Alicia, she said, turning around. The girl didn't even move. Nina got into the car, where Monica was waiting for her impatiently. She tiredly sank on the seat and cried. Monica, the woman said through her tears, I don't know what to do, but I want this little girl to be happy. I told her everything. That girl, she's so smart. Everything Scott wrote is true. Now I understand why he was so attached to her. And how did she react To the news of his death? Or did you not say? I told her everything, everything. Even that we went to get her and that he loved her very much. It amazes me that a child can be so stoic. She didn't even cry. She's already lost her mother a year ago. I guess that made it easier to accept the tragedy. But she's still so little and all alone out there. Why does a child have to suffer like that? It's just not fair. Why did she have to go through the death of her family? Why didn't God give me the chance to have children? Why do some people get everything and others get nothing? Have you ever thought that everything that happens is done for a reason? Monica suddenly suggested. Maybe all the events have come together so that you find each other. You both need love, so why not share it? You're a good person. If you had a child, you'd do anything to make them happy. Why don't you make this girl happy? You think? Nina looked at her friend. But I don't know. It's not that simple. What's complicated? The paperwork? I'm alone. Who's going to give me the baby? I mean, she's got to have a family. Oh, don't be ridiculous. They've been allowing single people to adopt children for a long time. The main thing is that you can provide decent conditions for her. And you can, right? You have a good job, a good apartment, and in general, you're a good person. Monica, said Nina, I don't know. I think it's only easy in theory. Okay, I have to digest all this. I promised Alicia I'd be there tomorrow. I have to buy her a picture book. And anyway, what if she doesn't accept me yet? I don't want to rush things. At home, Nina thought for a long time. She reread Scott's notes once more. It was obvious that her husband was serious and ready for responsibility. Her friend's words did not give her peace. She went on the internet to find out about the possibilities of a single woman adopting a child. There was a lot of information, and all of it was different. Nina decided to consult Mrs. Sanchez tomorrow, and then, if necessary, seek help from a good lawyer. With these thoughts, she fell asleep. In the morning, Nina quickly got ready and called a cab so as not to disturb Monica. The book had been purchased in advance, so all she had to do was get to her destination. Nina quickly arrived at the orphanage and hurried to the principal's office. "Hello, Mrs. Sanchez," Nina greeted as she entered. "Oh, hello," the woman smiled. "I didn't expect you to come again." "Why not?" Nina was surprised. "I promised yesterday." "When you work in a field like mine, you learn not to believe promises," the principal sadly replied in her voice. "Anyway, that's just me. Would you like to see Alicia?" "Yes, I brought her a book. But I'd like to talk to you first, Mrs. Sanchez. I don't know if you're aware, but Scott was planning to adopt Alicia. He may not have voiced his intention, as he hasn't even discussed it with me yet. Yesterday, when I spoke to the girl, I realized why my husband was so attached to her. That little girl is unhappy, and I'm unhappy too. We've both lost someone dear to us. It's difficult to cope alone. I was thinking yesterday, I would like to adopt Alicia. Can you tell me if it's even possible?" Mrs. Sanchez closely examined Nina, her face revealing doubts. "Are you sure you want this? As far as I remember, Scott said it was you who was against it." "I was wrong. It doesn't matter if the child is mine biologically or not. It's about finding a kindred spirit. I feel that connection with this girl." "But you've only been here once." "I'm not saying I'll do it right away, especially since it's not a given that Alicia will accept me. I want to get to know her better, understand her, and give her the opportunity to get to know me." "That's the right decision. Adoption is a huge responsibility. If the child doesn't meet expectations in some way, some people give up on them. But it can be a devastating blow to their psyche. We have children who go from one family to another. I feel sorry for them. There's no such thing as a bad child. It's just that not all parents are willing to put in the effort when a child's personality doesn't match their expectations. Bonding, understanding and accepting are hard work. Not everyone is capable of that. As for the paperwork, as long as you have a job and a place to live, there shouldn't be a problem. Marriage or being single doesn't matter anymore. Of course, it's not a quick process. I'm willing to wait as long as it takes. I understand. Good. Now go to see Alicia, and then we'll discuss it again. Nina went to the playroom. The girl was sitting in the same spot as yesterday. When Alicia saw Nina, she froze. She couldn't believe that this woman had come back. But sometimes it's nice to be proven wrong. Alicia, hi! Nina waved at her. And I brought you something. Nina pulled a huge book out of her bag. The edition was gorgeous. She had spent a long time choosing something in the bookstore that she thought the girl would like. Look, she sat down next to her, as promised. These are fairy tales of all kinds, even some that I have never heard of. And the letters are big, so it will be easy for you to learn to read them. Alicia took the book that was offered to her. She turned the pages with anticipation and great care. Her eyes sparkled. The illustrations are so beautiful. Thank you so much. I've never had such a beautiful book. And I thought you would never come again. Alicia suddenly changed the subject. Well, honey, I'm someone who keeps her promises, especially since I really like you. It saddens me to have to think of you sitting here all alone. If you like, I'll come often. We can even go for a walk sometime. Have you ever been to the zoo? No. What is it? There are various animals there. Tigers, elephants and camels. There are so many that I can't even remember them all. And people come to look at them. How wonderful! Exclaimed Alicia. I would really like to see them. I have only seen them in pictures. Exactly. So we will definitely go. We will buy you a huge cotton candy. But how can cotton candy be sweet? The girl wondered. When I get an injection, they put cotton on it. It's not sweet at all. Honey, Nina laughed, that's not that cotton at all. Okay, you will soon find out what it is. You will really like it. Nina started visiting Alicia regularly. As promised, she took the girl to the zoo. They also went to the circus, an amusement park, and had pony rides, among other things. Alicia loved it. She had very little laughter and joy in her life, and Nina was ready to give her an unlimited amount. Mrs. Sanchez slowly prepared the documents. She was glad that her ward had found a woman who was truly ready to become her mother. And the day came when Nina was allowed to take Alicia home for the entire weekend. On weekdays, Nina worked and came home late, so she could only spend time with the little girl on Saturdays and Sundays. On Friday evening, Nina went to the orphanage. Well, dear, Nina hugged Alicia. Today we have a special event. What is it? Alicia asked with delight. It's the surprise I told you about on Sunday. Do you want to come and visit me? To visit you? The little girl's eyes widened. Of course I do, but I'm not allowed. Today you can, laughed Nina. Shall we get ready? We will spend the whole weekend together and do whatever you want. Don't worry, Mrs. Sanchez let you. Otherwise I wouldn't have suggested it. Hooray! Alicia beamed. Quickly, run and get ready. I'll be waiting for you downstairs. 10 minutes later, Alicia came down the stairs dressed, holding a doll in her hands and a book under her arm, the most valuable things she had. They got into a cab, and an hour later they arrived home. Well, come in, dear. Make yourself at home. The girl stepped over the threshold and exclaimed, How beautiful! Do you really live here? Yes, Nina smiled. Come in, I'll show you around. Before Alicia's visiting, Nina transformed Scott's former study into a nursery. She changed the curtains, wallpaper, placed a small pink sofa and bought some toys. Do you like it? She asked the girl. Very much, Alicia nodded. This is your room now. When you come to visit me, you'll stay here. And if you like, we can redecorate it however you want. I already like it. Alicia laughed joyfully. It was the first time Nina had ever heard the child laugh. She felt a warmth in her heart, and her heart raced. For several weeks, Alicia spent her weekends at Nina's. The girl had fully settled in and was no longer shy. The adoption papers were almost prepared. Nina realized that she couldn't imagine her life without this girl. Alicia felt the same way. The little girl had changed a lot during her time with Nina. She had gotten to know Monica, who spoiled her, and Sarah, who treated her with tasty pies. Initially, the news of her daughter taking in a child shocked Alicia's mother, but she soon became an active supporter. The family was getting ready for Christmas Eve. Nina was completely caught up in the pre-holiday hustle and bustle. She had already arranged for the girl to spend the entire holiday season with her. "Alicia, get ready. Let's go buy a Christmas tree." Nina woke up the girl on Sunday morning. "Hooray for the tree!" But suddenly the girl became sad. "Hey, what's wrong?" the woman worried. "It's a pity that I won't be here on Christmas. Tomorrow I'll have to go back again." Nina understood everything. In the chaos, she had forgotten to tell the little girl that they would be spending the holidays together. "Honey, smile. You're not going anywhere. We're staying together. Grandma is coming, and Monica, and even Grandpa." "Grandpa?" Alicia was afraid of Nina's father. The man seemed stern and cold, but he wasn't like that. "Do you mind?" Nina smiled. "Of course not, Mummy," Alicia exclaimed, hugging the woman.